You will have to wear the headphones, yeah, because it's, yeah. And there is a white button which you have to press for about 2 seconds. A white button, press it just for 2 seconds, it will switch on. And there is a volume button as well if you want to increase or decrease the volume. So, once again, thank you for joining us in our first session of the day on accelerated partnership for capacity, unlocking Africa's solar future through strategic coalitions. We at ISA are working in all the regions, including Africa region. We are doing number of capacity building. We have number of capacity building initiatives, and we also understand there are number of organizations, or I should say, stalwart organizations who are working in Africa on capacity building on renewable energy, including solar energy as well. So we see a lot of merit in building up a coalition of those organizations to work in tandem with Africa's need on building capacity for solar energy. We have a dedicated program which is called Solar Technology Application Resource Center, or acronym is STAR-C, that focuses on developing competent workforce in Africa region as well as in other regions for deployment of solar energy. We have with us an eminent panel, representative from AFDB, representative from AFRIC, representative from RENAC, and we also have two of our member countries, Somalia and Ghana. Now, without further delay, I would like to request our Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, for his opening remarks. Joshua, please.
Morning, everybody. Mr. Rashid Abdullah, Executive Director from AFREC. Mr. Daniel Schroth, Director, Renewable Energy, AFDB. Mr. Bethol Braid, CEO from RENAC. Abdullah Ibrahim, Head of Solar Technologies, Ministry of Energy and Water Resources of Somalia. Mr. Said Mahu, Director, Ministry of Energy, Government of Ghana. It's with immense pleasure I welcome you all. A warm good morning and thank you for being here this morning. Considering this is our first session of the day, I really appreciate the efforts you put in to come in, attend and speak and participate at this major event. I mean, this particular topic that we are about to discuss today is a major topic today because of the challenges that it poses to us. You know, accelerated partnership for capacity, because today in everybody's lips, almost everyone that I speak to across the COP, people talk about capacity. And previously, when I used to go around talking about solar power, the power of putting solar into renewables, people used to talk about money, tripling capacities and all that. Last year's COPs talked about tripling capacity of solar or of renewables as such. So there are two things that comes. When you talk about tripling your solar capacity, number one, what comes to mind is the money and resources to do that. You're looking at tripling your capacity and resources. So when you look at resources as money, yes. But the second thing that is equally, although intangible, is the capacity, the education, the training that takes it to your tripling. So it is very hollow to expect to triple your capacity, triple your solar capacity if you do not have the means to educate people enough. So tripling your renewable capacity would also mean that you build people capacity into being able to handle that kind of size. So it's very timely that a panel like this should be formed. You know, coalition, if you look at it, influences success. So if you translate coalition into success, for that, people like you and I have today gathered. This is the first step that we are taking towards building an alliance. The second thing I'd like to say is an alliance or a new alliance is not an organization. An alliance will never be an organization. It will be a collection of organizations on its own. Mr. Bethol will continue to do what he is doing. And Daniel, you would do what you'll continue to do in your organization. I will do what I'll continue to do. But our coalition has one purpose, of building capacities in what we do already, mainstreaming that agenda in the work we do in every day, measuring ourselves, the success we do every day through this coalition will be very, very important. the ministry, for instance, from Somalia, will do their part. They don't abandon the organization. They don't start a new organization. They start an alliance and behave the way they behave wherever they are. So, from where I come from, we have a proverb. In Mari, we have a proverb which says, it's kind of equivalent to what I'm about to say in English. It's that you bring what you have to the table, I bring what we have to the table, it becomes a feast. So if I eat in my own corner with what I have, it's no longer a feast, it's my lunchbox. But if I bring this all together, then it's a feast. So that's a very famous proverb that we say in New Zealand. So that's what alliance is about. You bring to the table what you have with your own agenda and do it in your own place, but you bring it collectively together. I then fall back on what I have to bring success to the coalition. You bring what you can bring success to the coalition in your own way, in your own space. So that is one way of handling unprecedented challenges that we have in today's world. So we're talking in particular about the Star Sea centers, which has had a resounding success, particularly in the last 18 months, where more and more countries are requesting, more and more organizations are requesting, because it's a powerful tool, not just for the country, but it's a powerful tool for people both within and without. For instance, if you're looking at private sector investors to come into a country, you need to assure them that there is a capacity that exists within the people there, within the country, that can take this investment seriously and be able to translate that into success. So we're talking about standards. We're talking about, a country possessing that kind of levels of standards to be able to ensure that the plant and equipment that comes into your country is good enough. The quality is good enough to deliver the investor expectations as well. So today, it's a multi-dimensional expectation of the success from Star Sea. And ISA cannot do it alone. And it's so timely and important that we all gather here today to talk about this all-important alliance. So together, we are able to build a coalition to influence success as our own. And there are a few things I'd like to talk about coalition. In coalition, what's good is what is less is more. Less is more in a coalition. It's no, like to give you the exemplar of your lunchbox and a feast. On my own, it's less, probably, for a strong, big world need. Star Sea need that we have around the world is huge. On my own, with my lunchbox, I couldn't feed them. But if it's a feast, it's opening up to a whole lot of people. That's why less is more. And individuals matter. To us, Mr. Berthold matters. His thoughts, his ideas do matter. Each one of you in the coalition, their ideas matter. That's a very important principle in coalition. And the third one that I would like to talk is, it's in so many coalition and plannings that we do, we all sit and talk, and we go back to our desks come Monday morning. We have our own things to do, and we don't follow up. So it's very important that a coalition formed is taken seriously, serious plannings with deadlines and work dates are planned and put into this place. So I urge you all to have a great time of discussion with actionable items so you can go away back to your countries, back to your desks with actionable items. So then this time that we spend together discussing, debating, and talking about through this panel would be meaningful to all of us. So I wish you all the very best for this event and look forward to working with you going forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joshua. You rightly said we can't do it alone, and that's why we are having this session. We had a similar session last year as well, little different, but this year we are taking formation of a coalition very seriously because we also realize, as part of the Star Sea in last 2 years, working alone is not going to work so efficiently and so effectively. We have with us Daniel Scroth from AFDB. Everybody knows AFDB. He is the director in renewable energy. I would like to invite Daniel for his special remarks. Daniel, please.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me being here in this wonderful ISA pavilion at COP29. I would really like to thank the International Solar Alliance for inviting me to give a couple of remarks this morning on the important topic of capacity building. And I think Joshua really highlighted the importance of forming coalitions, really capitalizing on the respective strength of different partners. If we bring each our strength into, as you said, into the feast, it makes it the most effective for the beneficiaries. I think that's what it's all about. From the African Development Bank side, we've been partnering with the International Solar Alliance pretty much since the start. We signed a joint declaration back in 2018. That's more than 6 years ago. And I think we have sort of seen collaboration on different topics. And capacity building is certainly one that is very much at the forefront. I think we're all aware of the key statistics, but one that is for me so striking is this really tremendous paradox between, on the one side, an enormous solar potential on the African continent, estimated at some 60 million terawatt hours per annum, which is roughly 40% of the world's solar potential. Yet solar generation capacity in Africa represents less than 2% of the global solar generation capacity. So there's a clear mismatch between the potential that is there and what is actually being utilized. And of course, at the same time, you also have still roughly 600 million Africans without access to electricity. And that's pretty much the same figure than 10 years ago when we were sort of talking about SDG 7. So a lot has happened, but not enough really to make that step change. There are obviously multiple reasons for this discrepancy or this paradox, but I think one area that certainly plays a key role is capacity, and capacity is multifaceted. So let me just maybe highlight a couple of dimensions that I think we will sort of need to explore when we talk about capacity building. I think the first one is really the technical skills and the training that is needed. There's clearly a deficit on the continent in terms of having the required technicians, the engineers, the people that can install solar equipment. That really kind of relates to also strengthening secondary education, making sure that you have the technical courses available for building the workforce that is needed to support this renewable energy revolution. There's also a need for advanced training, upskilling of people that are already working in the sector, particularly dealing with newer dimensions. For example, how can utilities better cope with integrating larger shares of variable renewable solar energy into the power grids? How do you kind of manage battery energy storage systems? Now, those are all very important kind of technical skills that need to be there if you want to be successful in seizing Africa's solar potential. We have been supporting from the African Development Bank side, the African Networks of Centers of Excellence in Electricity, ANCE, which is organized through the African Power Utilities Association, which particularly sort of focuses on strengthening the capacity of particularly people working in the power utilities. A second key dimension to the capacity building conversation is around regulatory and policy frameworks. That's another area where there needs to be further support to strengthen capacities. For example, in developing the right policies that are required for encouraging more renewable energy development, whether that's feed-in tariffs, regulatory frameworks, tariff policies, a multitude of issues that come to the fore when we talk about regulatory and policy frameworks. We're issuing on a regular basis what is called the Electricity Regulatory Index, which is basically an assessment of the performance of regulators on the African continent. And one of the dimensions of the ERI is sort of also to see where are sort of the gaps and what kind of technical assistance, capacity building support is required to support regulators in performing their work, their duties even better. There's an important dimension of standardization, quality control. It was just mentioned by the previous speaker, that also requires dedicated support. And of course, how can we ensure that there is a more streamlined process for permits, for licensing, a lot of kind of issues that are important, particularly in the decentralized renewable energy space. A third dimension I would just like to very quickly highlight is the whole, what I would sort of say, financing understanding of financing skills, project management skills. There's a big need for support in terms of ensuring that developers, for example, have the right project financing skills, that there's also, on the other hand, a level playing field between governments and sort of the private sector. We will actually be announcing later this week a piece of work which we collaborated with Power Africa, which is a project financing handbook that is really intended to, well, to provide sort of hands-on examples and best practice to kind of people working in this particular field. Another dimension that I think is important to look at is around research and development, sort of what are kind of the capabilities at national level in terms of solar development. How can we make sure that it's adjusted to the local needs? And I think the STAR C that was mentioned just now, what ISA is doing, I think is a great tool in a way to address this particular dimension, but also some of the other dimensions that I've already mentioned. And last but certainly not least, I think another area that will require more focus going forward is around sort of supply chain development. How can Africa sort of move further up on the value chain, not just importing solar equipment, but also ultimately sort of going towards manufacturing some of that equipment on the continent. Now, that's obviously entering into a far broader conversation around industrial development and a variety of capabilities that are required for seizing that potential. But I think it's a very important conversation. And I would like to use this opportunity to invite you all to join us on Friday in the MDB Pavilion, where we will be launching a study on the solar manufacturing potential in the 11 countries of the Desert to Power initiative across the Sahel. Yeah, these are sort of some of the dimensions that I think are important when we talk about capacity building. I fully agree with what the previous speaker said, that we have to form coalitions, bringing the respective strength of different institutions to the table in order to be able to have the impact that is required. So without taking a lot more time and leaving really time for the discussion, let me close here. I think Nelson Mandela famously said that it always seems impossible until it's done. So I think in that spirit, let's get it done. Let's get this coalition moving with the objective of seizing Africa's solar potential. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Many a times when we talk about capacity building or when we act on capacity building, we rather limit ourselves just a few aspects, but you summarized it so well. Right from financing to regulations to supply chain, all of that you covered. And that gives us a very good sort of a cue in terms of the coalition that we are trying to form, prioritization of some of these aspects so that the coalition is effective rather than just talking. We should be acting on some of these priorities. Thank you so much. We wanted Mr. Abdullah from Afric to join, who is the director, executive director from Afric, but unfortunately he could not attend. But thankfully he has sent an expert, a representative from Afric, who is Mr. Nixon Ongeri. We would hear him during the panel discussion that we will have. With us, we have a very good, a very seasoned moderator, Srinivas, who actually heads an organization in India, which is called Vasudha Foundation. They do a fantastic job in terms of collection of data, presentation of data, publication of reports in terms of all forms of renewable energy, as well as the conventional sources as well. They also have a portal which is very active and very renowned portal in India on electricity and energy access. I would like to now invite Srinivas. He's going to be the moderator. He'll speak a little bit first, and then we'll show his expertise in moderating the session. Srinivas, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabha, and a very good morning, all of you. Um, I would like to invite my panelists straight away and then, start the discussion because I think we just have about an hour left. So maybe I'll start doing. I would like to invite Mr. Nixon from Africa. Please do join me. Mr. Daniel from AFDB. Mr. Berthold Bread from RENAC. Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Seth Mahu. Do we have him here? Yeah. I think we already had a very beautiful context setting by the previous speakers, and Daniel sort of set the context, and by stating that Africa has perhaps one of the highest solar potential, close to about 60% of the global solar potential, while only 1% or maybe 2% of the having only 1 or 2% of the total solar installations. And then there are other stacking numbers also. If you actually look at the solar or the renewable energy installations across Africa, with the exception of South Africa, which has got about 6,000 odd megawatts, there's hardly any installation across most of the other countries. But having said that, it's not that there are not initiatives. I know that the African Development Bank has got a number of programs. Daniel, you did refer to the Desert for Energy program, which covers multiple countries. And then there are also initiatives by various other organizations. The World Bank Group also has got a lot of projects, both on energy access as well as renewable energy scale-up. And then there are these philanthropies, which also have major coalitions that I'm aware of, and we work with a few of them in Africa. And then there are the civil society groups. Daniel, you must be aware of groups such as the Access Coalition that are part of the African Development Bank's civil society network. And then you have the Axia Coalition, the Access for the Civil Society Coalition. And then you have the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. These are the large alliances covering multiple countries of Africa. And then you do also have philanthropy coalitions like the Rockefeller Coalition that's also playing, I presume, doing fair amount of work in addressing energy access in Africa. So it's not that efforts are not there. There are a lot of efforts. But then these efforts, are they really translating it into addressing the energy access across Africa, which again is very, very important, and B, scaling up of solar and renewable energy installations, both of which are at a pretty low levels. There are examples globally that, I wouldn't say adapt, but could be, I wouldn't say replicate, but could be adapted in countries like Africa. For example, India again. The price of solar, when we started off in 2010, was something like 18 rupees a kilowatt hour, and it's now come down to sub 2 rupees a kilowatt hour. There's a huge drop in prices of solar. If you look at energy access, again, India could be an example. 2015, the energy access or electricity access, I wouldn't really say energy, I would say electricity access in India was a pretty low levels of, close to about 40% of our population do not have access to electricity. And now we're looking at 100% household electrification. I'm talking about 100% village electrification and so on and so forth. And all that happened in a record span over 3 to 4 years. So between 2015, 2016 to about 2018, 2019, about 3-4 years. So there are these examples that, again, I wouldn't say replicate, but I would say adapt. There could be policies that could be adapted. single, and you would know, Daniel, and all of you would know, but there's no single recipe for to address these solutions. You need to find something that is tailor-made to suit countries. So with that sort of a backdrop, I thought I would sort of, since this session is all on partnerships, I would look at the importance of partnerships, and I would start off by sort of looking at there are already existing partnerships and coalitions. How do these coalitions talk to each other? I mean, I did mention of the philanthropy coalitions. I know that there is the bank coalitions between the African Development Bank, International Solar Alliance, the World Bank, and so on. You have these coalitions with the African Union. And then you have the civil society coalitions. How can these coalitions, do these coalitions talk to each other? Do we need, or what is the way to make these coalitions work better, number one? Do we need more coalitions or partnerships, or do we need to get all of them on a broader umbrella platform that can then work together, in tandem, synchronized with each other? That could be another approach. And the third, of course, would be that resources is definitely at a premium. I mean, there are not that many resources, and more resources will be required. But with all these coalitions and all these partnerships put together, there could be enough resources that could be generated, or that could be put together. The philanthropies have their own money. It may be a small pot of money, but there's a pot of money. There's a pot of money with the banks. There's a pot with the multilateral development banks. There's a pot of money with the bilateral agencies. So can all these pots be brought together or talk to each other so that there's no reinventing the wheel, and everything does, and there's a very clear pathways. So I thought you would look at that. And second, something that Saba also mentioned, but something which is very, very close to our heart, is this whole data banks and creating a repository of data. Do we have enough data on energy access or renewable energy scale up across all countries in Africa? That is granular, that is updated on a frequent basis, that is near real time, which has both historic and near real time data. Something that would also help in a repository or a dashboard of this would also help in creating the right kind of policy framework, or create the right kind of mechanisms, or right kind of instruments that could help in addressing both energy access as well as scaling above renewables. So with that, I sort of will open the floor for discussion. Let me sort of start off with Africa. So we have Nixon. So Nixon, what are the core challenges and opportunities in creating coalitions for solar expansion? What do you think? What are the opportunities? And I said, if you can also sort of reflect on existing coalitions. And then if you have an opinion on what are the challenges with the existing coalitions, or what are the opportunities with the existing coalitions? And in case you think that we could have new coalitions, then what are the opportunities, and why do you see them as an opportunity?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, of course, there are challenges in terms of adopting the renewable energy technologies and building of new collusions or the existing collusions. And I would start by highlighting what we do as AFREC in brief, and then go straight to the question. Being a specialized agency of the African Union, we are trying to address the issue of capacity building by first identifying the gaps that exist in the continent. So in 2023, we did undertake a detailed study to identify what are the different capacity gaps that are existing in the various countries, and out of these gaps, then start building programs of how to enhance these capacities. So one of the things that came out from this analysis was each of the regions and the countries have different levels of development in terms of adopting the renewable energy technologies, and also in terms of the skills that they have in the various countries, therefore making it necessary to look at how we are able to encourage the different countries that we are working with in Africa to be able to learn from each other, and therefore creating a peer learning platform for exchange of skills between the various member countries. So in the system, in the structure for the African Union, one of the things that exists are the renewable energy centers, the energy efficiency renewable energy centers that were instituted to assist in the capacity building programs for the various member countries within the different regions. So within the Southern region, the SADC region, the Eastern African region, the West Africa region, the North African region. But then one of the main challenges that we have been having is availability of enough sufficient resources to be able to build the required facilities in these centers for renewable energy and energy efficiency to assist the member countries in building their capacities. So as we try to build new collusions, one of the things is to ask ourselves how we are able to institutionalize some of these collusions that we are building, and therefore have the required facilities to assist the centers that are trying to push for the uptake of renewable energy skills, or building of the renewable energy skills to have the required resources in terms of the equipment, in terms of the technical personnel to support the development of these skills in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn to Ghana. Now, I understand that your country has achieved one of the highest sort of energy access in the recent years across most sub-Saharan Africa. Am I right? Close to about 86% of your population have access to electricity. Some feed that has been done in a fairly record time, I believe. That's now on. But having said that, if you are looking at 100% energy access in Ghana, where do you think do you think a coalition approach would be appropriate or would be required for that? That's number one. Second, in terms of solar as a whole, Ghana has got roughly about 150 odd megawatts of solar installation only. If you're looking at a scaling up solar, where do you see, what are the kind of strategies that you think a country like Ghana could sort of adopt? And where do you see a coalition approach fitting into any of those strategies?
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to our audience. I believe some are also listening to us online. Yes, you are right. Ghana has made a significant stride in terms of increasing access to electricity. At the moment, we have 89% access rates, and we have a number of programs and projects underway that would enable us reach 90% by end of this year. That is in the next 40 days, should be able to bring about 1% more to the access rate. In fact, when you get to 90%, going to 100% is where the challenge is, because it becomes like a drop in the cup. And that is where, in my view, having the right partnership, forming the right coalition would really help propel and accelerate the process. I am happy to be sharing this platform with Daniel from AFDB that we are working closely with to deliver the last mile electrification access in Ghana. And we are not doing this alone with AFDB. We're also doing it with other, partners like the World Bank, and we've entered into alliance with groups such as the Club ER, which is a world-recognized group driving access efforts, building capacities for member countries, helping them devise the right strategies to be able to do this. We are also in partnership with the Alliance for Rural Electrification, ARE, which is also a global body, similar with ISA. So in my view, the role of coalition towards universal access and increasing the contribution of renewable energy cannot be taken for granted. It is so critical, and we need to focus on that. Strategies that can help us deliver that, in my view, is that these coalitions have to be strategic in nature. We cannot, go in for a broad kind of approach. The needs are different. Africa, for example, we have different economic blocks. We have our own aspirations, we have our own objectives, and it is important that these coalitions, strategically align their interests with the regional objectives and goals. In my view, this will be critical in driving access at a faster rate. For example, we've just come out with another beautiful, platform or initiative, APRA, which AFDB and the other partners are working to accelerate. APRA simply stands for Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Africa. APRA goal is to be able to triple the renewable energy stock in Africa. The statistics are not exciting for Africa. Daniel just stated about 16 million terawatt hours of renewable energy potential per annum. But what we generate is just a fraction of that. So leaders of the continents have come together to set up this initiative, this coalition that will really bring together the key partners like the financing institutions, policy-making bodies, civil society organizations, etc., all working towards a common goal. So in my view, this coalition, we cannot take it for granted if we want to drive access and also increase capacity of renewables. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me now turn to Somalia. Again, when compared to our, in contrast to Ghana, Somalia still has a way to go in addressing energy access. I think right now, close to about 50% of your population still doesn't have, and I'm looking at electricity access, I'm not even looking at energy. And then, so there's a priority of addressing electricity access and then going beyond energy access. And then it's also the question of scaling up renewables. So in your view, has coalitions, has Somalia worked with coalitions in the past? And if yes, what has been the impacts of working with such coalitions? If not, is there a plan for the country to work with coalitions to address that the gap in energy access as well as scaling up renewables?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, now it's audible. Okay. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for ISA for hosting us this very important important event discussing about the issue in Africa and how the coalition is very important to us in Somalia. And as you have just said, and the electrification rate as compared to the rest of African nations maybe is quite low. Currently, we have electrified 50% of our population. So it's waiting another 50% also to electrify. And and the electricity tariff, also there is another major issue that we are different from other countries and the tariff also is very high in our country. So, and it's about of electrification and the decrease in the electricity tariff as well. These two major components that combined together, we are currently working on, and as currently the installation of installation capacity of solar technologies in the country now closely to 70 megawatts. This also it gave us a little bit experience that how we can go ahead. Our plan also in to electrify and closely 70% of our population in 2029. This the current plan we are working on it, and so we have worked at different coalitions and with regional level and international level as well. Regional level in Africa, we are very similar to what my colleague has just mentioned. Africa, we are also part of it, that coalition, and also we like rural electrifications and alliance, and as well the GOGLA platform, and in other coalitions. In a multilateral development bank, also African Development Bank, thank you also for their support. Also, we are part of it, and our World Bank and our hosting today, ISA. Also, we are part of that coalition for doing electrifications and also enhancing utilization of solar technologies in the country. So we have worked a lot with the different coalitions, but there is a lot of things also to do. Because of electrifying 50% of our population, it's not easy task. So we are working in very, very hardly to get it. And when I came to the point and the most coalitions that we are currently working on it, even the SARC is the best example that we are currently working on it in order to prepare and our market also to enhance the capacity of our people and for their adaptation of solar technology. And there is many aspects that is quite challenging in the market. Firstly, the capacity building. Secondly, and policy and regulatory issues. Also, we need a coalition to focus on our needs in the country. Also, the other one, resource mobilization, and as well as project development as well, which focusing on increase the electrification and also decreasing the electricity tariff in the country. Thank you very much.
Let me turn to you, Daniel. So the African Development Bank has got a number of interesting projects, like you said, the Desert for Power. And I also understand that you are, I don't know whether they've already rolled out, but there's a new project, Mission 300, that's likely to come out, or I don't know whether it's rolled out or it's going to roll out soon. Now, if you're looking at, and let me sort of just look at the Mission 300, where you're looking at addressing electricity access to 300 million people by 2030. Is that right? Now you have, and that's an ambitious ask. Now, how do you intend rolling out these kind of projects in terms of partnerships? Where do you see partnerships playing a role in the successful implementation of these projects? And more importantly, one is rolling out these projects, but B, also tracking the impacts of these projects on how many people have actually been benefited by that, right? So what are where do you see partnerships playing a role in this? If you could start off with, and B, also, if you can talk briefly about, are there successful examples of international partnerships on capacity building that have significantly contributed to advancement of solar energy across Africa?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, Mission 300 is very much at the top of our agenda at the moment. It's a joint effort between the African Development Bank and the World Bank Group, but intended to be a far wider partnership that brings around the table all the other actors that are important when it comes to energy access and the deployment of renewables in Africa. Mission 300 was launched earlier this year at the World Bank Spring Meetings and has gaining steam since then. The focus at the moment on Mission 300 is twofold. One, we're working with an initial set of countries, particularly countries with a very high energy access deficit, on what we call national energy compacts, where basically there's an effort ongoing to identify key kind of priority actions, what policy reforms need to be undertaken, what are the type of projects that are required to significantly increase access by 2030. And that's sort of looking really holistically at the sector. So it has a pillar on generation capacity, it has a pillar on transmission distribution, the whole decentralized energy access agenda, but also how more private sector investments can be facilitated, how the utilities can be strengthened. So Mission 300 is very much at the forefront at the moment. We're working particularly towards an Africa Energy Summit that the president of Tanzania will host end of January in Tanzania. But we'll also see the adoption of the initial kind of compacts. And then obviously we will sort of engage additional countries after the summit. So it's not meant to be an exclusive effort, but rather sort of an effort that touches and supports all African countries over the course of time. And as you said, clearly this requires partnerships also at the country level. The first and, I mean, the primary condition for any partnership is, of course, that there is a sense of local ownership. The government really needs to be in charge, whether it's Mission 300 or all kind of the efforts. If that's not the case, we will not kind of reach the impact that is required. So the government needs to be in charge, needs to kind of be at the center of the coordination of the various ongoing efforts. And I believe that Mission 300 will allow also to help the government in that regard, because it sort of tries to bring sort of different partners around energy access together to the table and reduces a bit, I would say, the transaction costs that can be very high on governments, because there are multitude of initiatives, a multitude kind of interventions from various partners. And I think as partners, and I'm also looking here at the African Development Bank, it applies to us, it applies to others as well. I think we have to make sure when we sort of launch something new, that it's really complementary, that we sort of seek synergies with all of what's happening and sort of avoid kind of the pattern of trying to reinvent the wheel. So that's really the spirit also behind Mission 300. Just to be clear on one thing in terms of the target, it's actually to have 300 million new connections, actually verified connections by 2030. Now we're already going to be in 2 months, it's 2025. So it's a relatively limited time period. This means there's also a very strong focus on how can we accelerate projects that the World Bank, that ourselves have already approved on energy access in many of these countries. How can we accelerate implementation? That's one priority. And then, of course, over the next 2 or 3 years, really, how can we identify additional projects to meet the gap? So it's really a targeted, focused efforts, and it will require also the countries to prioritize energy with their allocations of either of the African Development Fund, because that's sort of where a key part of the resources will have to come from.
A quick follow-up question on that. And do you see philanthropy is playing a role in plugging any gaps? Because you're looking at 300 million new connections in about 5 years. And then you're also looking at country partnership. But where do you think philanthropies could play a role?
That's a good follow-up in the sense that we have already philanthropy playing a central part in Mission 300. We have the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GEP, the Rockefeller Foundation, Sustainable Energy for All, that kind of play a supporting role. And that will also help particularly to provide sort of some of the highly concessional resources needed for bringing in more private sector investments. It's not a panacea. Their resources are also not endless, but they can help plug here and there sort of a gap that is sort of required to to catalyze more investments.
Thanks. That sort of is a good segue to what I would want. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, Berthold? Yeah. So Berthold, now money is a very crucial requirement for both scaling up renewables as well as energy access. And access to finance is often quoted as a major hurdle in Africa's solar journey. What role do you think can coalitions play in attracting and mobilizing funds for solar projects? What are your views on coalitions and resource mobilization, particularly money, mobilizing the required dollars?
Thanks a lot for the question. We, as RENAC, have been doing quite some trainings directed to the finance institutions to support them in financing renewable energy and energy efficiency investments. Without capacity building, a lot of finance institutions, they are simply reluctant. I mean, they know how to finance petrol stations, supermarkets, streets, houses, whatever. But when it comes to renewables, especially when it comes to, let's say, smaller sizes of renewables, because there is always some banks who are capable to finance the big ones. But when it comes more to the regional level, then oftentimes finance institutions are not ready and prepared to accept business proposals in financing renewable energy or energy efficiency. So I would say there is a lot of money. Also, I mean, the finance conditions can be pretty tough, but I mean, also with like capacity building of finance institutions, you can bring down the transaction costs, because these financing people then, they understand what is the project-specific risks, how to mitigate these risks, what they have to force the project developer to do to come down with the risks. So capacity building towards the finance sector can really help a lot to mobilize funds. And also oftentimes like funds from multilateral banks play important role, but of course also the finance institutions in the country, they need to bring a certain percentage. Yeah. So usually it's never 100% coming from AFDB or others. And to convince these finance institutions, they need to have some training. Also for the project developer side, to have bankable business proposals. So summarizing, I think there is a lot of initiatives around. There is a lot of finance also around, but what it really needs is capacity building for finance institutions.
Thank you so much. This capacity building sort of gets me into this very interesting program that the government of India has launched. I mean, an ongoing program called the Surya Mitra scheme. Now, the Surya Mitra scheme, I don't know whether you are aware of that, basically aims to train youth in solar maintenance and so on and so forth. Since unemployment is also a major issue across Africa, where do you think a scheme, and this is open to all of you, where do you think a scheme like, and in case you want more information on the scheme, we can provide it, it's available. It's called the Surya Mitra scheme, right? How can a scheme like a Surya Mitra or something be adapted for Africa, where you train youth on various aspects of solar installation as well as maintenance of the solar? I just want to sort of give a small example. Last year, a couple of years back, when we engaged with a large state government, Uttar Pradesh, on solar rooftop systems, the director of that, the Renewable Energy Development Agency, he had one ask. He said, look, I don't know what you guys want to do and what your strategy is, but we would like to be number one in solar rooftop installation, like the state of Gujarat, right? Now, that was his ask. And we started off with a base where there were hardly any developers there at that particular point in time. There were just about 20, and now we have a developer base of about 1,200, all in the span of about 6 to 8 months. So there was a series of intense program and training that happened, also training electricians and local electrical contractors and so on and so forth. Is there any such thing happening in all your countries? So we can start off. You have done a wonderful job on energy access and all of that. So we can start off with Ghana, go to Somalia, and we can do one line of where do you think a program like Surya Mitra could work for Africa? I mean, obviously you can't just replicate as is, but how can you adapt such a program?
Thank you very much. I'm just hearing of it for the first time, and would continue this conversation after the session. One of the reasons why we joined ISA is to be able to get to know, models like this and see if we can adapt them for Ghana. So I'm happy you are doing something in India that is really targeting the youth to build their capacities and make them market ready for a budding industry. In Ghana, we are also doing a number of initiatives, targeting the youth to build their capacities and create opportunities for them. I would want to highlight the STAR-C that we established in Ghana. The STAR-C, which stands for Solar Technology Application Resource Center. If you look at the model, it's country-specific, but in the case of Ghana, we are looking at an ECOWAS Anglophone region-specific center of excellence. And the goal of it is to be able to leverage on what ISA can provide to unlock support from other areas, including ECOWAS, the African Development Bank, etc., to have a true center of excellence that can, target the youth, create a hub for them to be able to incubate ideas, innovate, and help them bring their ideas to the marketplace. We have already started the process, and we are training people. We have also established a center called Don Bosco, which is focusing on training the youth in the area of renewable energy installations, designs, and what have you. And this center has been certified by the Germans. Therefore, when we build capacity in this center, the products are qualified to work not only in Ghana, but beyond the borders of Ghana. And we see demand coming from all over the region to send people to Ghana to be trained in this facility. Under our own initiative, the Scaling Up Renewable Energy Program, which the African Development Bank is funding partly, we have a whole component that is looking at capacity building, and the focus is on technicians. How do we train technicians to be able to, function within the ecosystem of the renewable energy industry? And that is yielding very good results. That notwithstanding, we have also looked at a number of critical areas within that ecosystem. One, certification. You need to train people, certify them, and make them marketable globally. So we have been able to equip the Ghana Standard Authority to be able to work closely with the regulators, the utilities, to certify those who pass out of these trainings. So a lot is already happening within the capacity building space, and we are linking them to market. And that is already translating into projects. For example, we have just launched the Solar Net Metering Program, which is targeting 12,000 installations within the next 3 years. We are looking at the youth, women, gender, and so forth, to be able to drive that market. And we are convinced that that market is going to create, for now, the target is about 60 megawatts of installation in the next 3 years. But if you look at the potential, the market is going to create about 200 megawatts of install capacity, and this is targeting youth. So a lot already is happening in that space, but I'll be very happy to hear from other colleagues what they are doing. And one of the things I would want to say before I hand over the microphone is that let's look at what the various member countries are doing and see if we can really leverage on it to cross-fertilize ideas. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. If somebody is doing something that is unique, we should just look at it and adopt it if it works within our system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wants to have a...
Okay, thank you. I think I'll give two examples. One is for what I was involved in Kenya before, in terms of building the skills, as my colleague from Ghana has already mentioned. One of the things that we are looking at is to certify the technicians from the lowest level, starting with those ones that will be doing the solar home systems up to the advanced systems. So first you take them through a capacity building program at the institutional level, and then based on the capacity building that you make for them, then you are able to certify them to become solar technicians who can be able to install systems in various levels. But then I think for the future, in terms of building the capacity within our countries, one of the things that we should be able to look at is we need to electrify people who are in the rural areas. And one of the issues that has come up in most of the programs is once you train someone, they move to urban areas because of the opportunities that exist in those urban areas. So as we look at these collusions, we are supposed to streamline the aspects of capacity building within our educational system so that every other person has the basic knowledge of being able to install these systems, or maybe being able to maintain. If they're not able to install, at least they're able to maintain, so that we are able to increase the mass of people that is able to participate in this energy transition using the solar systems in the countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And I really welcome the Surya Meta. I think I pronounced it very well. The scheme, and but we need to study further and to see that how this scheme can be implementable, can be implementable in our local context because of maybe different areas, different priorities. So we look forward to see that, and also as well. And currently there is a lot of initiatives also going on in Somalia, and there is national TVET centers is already existing in the capital city and also in the regional city. Also, we have another TVET centers locally, which produce local technicians, and they provide training for professionals as well. And so on all those and existing also, and we have another one established, and the one is currently host support from ISA side. It's called the Solar Technology Application Resource Center. That study and the comes and after the gap assessment of the currently existing TVET centers in order to provide the TOT for them, and also to provide advanced and of course not only for technicians, also for policymakers and for bankers, and also for development of regulatory in order to enable the environment of solar implementation. As well, in general, what we look for, all those training centers also to contribute the electrification access of the country and also to decrease electricity tariff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Berthold?
Yeah, to generalize a bit, also from the discussion, and I see that, for example, especially Abdallah Ibrahim has quite a coordinating role in Somalia. We talked about technicians, yeah, or like, I mean, people who are making installation, operation, maintenance, like the Surya Mitra. They're important, no doubt, and this is really good program to be rolled out in other countries. And also you mentioned the TVETs, they're also important. So I think for the regular electrician trainings, it just needs, let's say, 1 or 2 more months of training on solar PV in the regular electrician program, yeah? But of course, this is a process where Ministry of Education are involved and so on. But this makes a lot of sense that each electrician who finalizes his education knows how to install, operate, and maintain PV. And there's one aspect also for the trainings which has not been mentioned here yet. It's universities. So for the academic staff, I mean, you need, of course, the electrical engineers who make the system design, the supervision of installation, the inspection, and so on. But also you would need some lawyers, you need some economists, to really, let's say, make project development when it comes to a larger scale. You don't need so many of them, but you do need them. And this is also something I have not seen systematically in African countries to be rolled out, especially when it comes to academics. So there I still find a gap. So coalitions in this direction would make sense. And a last sentence generally to coalitions, there is, and we heard about it, a lot of initiatives around, yeah, targeting finance sector, training sector, project rollout, and so on. But I think what's really important, and we have here two countries represented with Ghana and Somalia, who really, where we can see the government takes a leading role. And this is so important because all these initiatives, they don't coordinate by themselves. So there must be at least one or two people in the government, Ministry of Energy or Electricity or however it's called, who makes donor coordination.
Thank you. Daniel, any thoughts?
Well, I think a lot has been said on the topic of, but I agree with the premise that I mean the employment dimension of renewables is very significant, and you see a big deficit in terms of youth employment in Africa, leading to a lot of negative effects, including, of course, migratory pressures and otherwise. So if we are able to really deploy them in a way that they can help with the renewable energy revolution, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think from our side, we need to, we're sort of starting, I mean, most projects that we approve, if not all, actually have a capacity building component. So if we can make sure, in project design that you include specific targeted support also for the development of capacities of youth, I think that would already help to make sure that there is sort of direct support going for the training of the required set of technicians, people who install, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Daniel. I would like to open the floor for one question or thought or perspective from any of you. If there's anyone you want to ask a question, or you want to just share your own perspective for half a second. I can be a little more generous for 1 second. Yeah.
Good morning, all. I am Ureratu. I come from Burkina Faso. Yeah, it's a French-speaking country. And then for those French-speaking country, we don't feel like we are part of the discourse because the language barrier is not easy for us. Yeah. So I want to know, in this coalition, what will be the place of those people? And then my second point is related to access to energy for women when it comes to cooking energy. We know that women in our country, they rely on firewood and charcoal. But in this solar space, what will be the opportunity for women to release their burden on energy access? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody?
Thank you very much for the question. And just to underscore that Burkina Faso and the entire Sahel countries are very important for the African Development Bank. In fact, our Desert to Power initiative focuses on the Sahel countries. It was actually launched in Burkina Faso in 2019. So we have a lot of kind of work ongoing with the various institutions in Burkina in terms of developing both sort of the utility scale solar generation potential, as well as sort of on decentralized renewables as well. So I just want to assure you that Burkina Faso is very much in the focus, and it's also one of the initial focus countries of Mission 300, where we also received a letter of or expression of interest from the government of Burkina Faso Faso. Just in terms of the clean cooking dimension, you're absolutely right. The figures are even worse on the access to clean cooking side in Africa, with close to 1 billion people not having access to those solutions. There's a lot of potential, including sort of looking at, for example, solar pressure cookers, sort of in countries where e-cooking can play a role. But I think when we look at clean cooking, we need to be a little bit agnostic in terms of the solution. So there is a role for, electric cooking, but there's definitely also a role for LPG in some urban, peri-urban areas in the various countries, biogas, etc. So there are various solutions that will need to be looked at specifically in each kind of country context, what makes most sense.
Thank you very much. I just want to also give a quick thought on that. I would suggest that ISA should use its very good platform to encourage peer-to-peer engagement. Some of your members have done so well when it comes to access to electricity, access to clean cooking. And we should be able to identify those and match them with members that really need the support so they can work together to, develop the right strategies, the capacities to be able to, accelerate access to clean cooking and access to electricity in those regions. We have done that before with the World Bank when Ghana's access rate was about 75% and Kenya was around 50%. There was a peer-to-peer engagement, and within a matter of 5 years, Kenya increased its access to electricity to almost 78%. So it is possible. Let's encourage peer-to-peer engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. To wind up, I would like to give one last word to all of you. Just one sentence. Since you're talking of partnerships and coalitions and so on, do you think we need another coalition, a new coalition? If yes, what would be the composition of the coalition and what would you name the coalition? Start off with you, Berthold.
My feeling is there is no further coalition needed. There are so many already. It's important to have like coordination of these coalitions.
I tend to agree with that assessment. I think we really need to focus on specifics, agree on, the different areas and bring the actors that are already working on those together and also facilitate that peer-to-peer learning.
I hold the same position with my colleagues. We have enough already on the table, and it's important that we bring all of them together and have clear strategies for them so we can use that to really, improve on the deliveries.
I agree with what has been said. We might not need new collusions. What we need is more of inclusivity, having every stakeholder on the table, from governments, multi-governmental institutions, the banks, NGOs, to make sure that we're able to tackle this challenge together. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with other colleagues. So we don't require to create a new coalition, but we need to utilize the existing ones, and by getting the best and have a good experience on specific needs. Like in finance, there is a best coalition, and also in technical aspect, there is another coalition, and also the capacity building as well. So let us utilize as best.
So Sabah, one job not required. So thank you very much with this, an excellent panel. I enjoyed talking to all of you. Thank you very much. And I now hand it over to Sabah to take it forward.
Thank you, Shini. I can't go against the opinion of my eminent panelists. No coalition required, of course. No new coalition required, I would say. Two things were emphasized during this panel discussion. One is indeed capacity building is very important in most of the projects that we do on solar energy. Second, coalition becomes a collective force. But that also means that we don't need a new coalition in Africa for promoting energy access or to work on solar energy. Two more things. One is, of course, Mission 300 is something which ISA should look into in detail and find out what role we can play, because that's been talked about by most of the panelists here, and they put a lot of emphasis on Mission 300. So we will certainly find our role in Mission 300, and we'll see how the coalition, the existing how we can support the existing coalition through the work that we are doing. And last but not the least, on peer-to-peer exchange of knowledge and information is important for all the star centers. And that's how the star center coalition can also become a collective force. So these star centers can supplement the work these coalitions are doing in the respective countries rather than forming a new coalition. So that's all what I have to say. So quite, I would say, quite reverse of what we were thinking at the beginning. So the outcome is really good in terms of not having a new coalition, but going with the existing coalition. Thank you so much to all of you for your inputs, for your time right in the morning. And I look forward to interacting with you more after COP as well. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third session of the Sunny Side Up, a series that we have initiated at the ISA to have informal conversation about complex issues. Hania, this was a series we introduced during the first edition of the International Solar Festival, which was held earlier this year, actually in September in New Delhi. I'm delighted to have Ms. Hania Dawood here with me. She's the practice manager, the global practice manager for climate finance and economics at the World Bank, where she leads efforts to mobilize and scale finance for climate action globally. Hania's expertise centers around carbon markets, blended finance, policy instruments, and in particular to support resilience and low carbon transition. Hania, welcome to the Sunny Side Up at the International Solar Alliance's Solar Hub. Let me start with an anecdote of the first time that I met Hania. This was in Goa. And we were trying to set up a blended finance facility for adaptation and resilience for the state of Goa in India. And the first time I met Hania, my discussions were all technical around what should be this facility, what are the modalities, and how do we get into implementation. And I still remember, after listening to me patiently, Hania said that it is all about how is the community compensated and how do we get people involved in these transitions. So people-centric climate finance approaches, and that is something that has stayed on with me. Hania, let me pose this first question to you. This is being touted as the finance COP. How do you see COP29 influencing the global climate finance initiatives and commitments?
Thank you, Karan, and thanks to the Solar Alliance for having me here today. I don't know if you haven't noticed, Karan's socks are sunny side up eggs as well. So I like the outfit as well. And this is a small crowd, so let's keep it informal and interactive. So climate finance COP, what do we look out for? I mean, I think the big topic of discussion in the rooms next door are around the new quantified goal on climate finance. And here the ambition is, beyond the $100 billion goal that was set a couple of years ago, whose target was 2025. How can we, as a global community, define this new climate finance target? Now, discussions are still ongoing, so let's stay tuned to how things progress. But what are we hearing so far? From developing countries, that the new quantified goal on climate finance should be new, additional, predictable. Developing countries are saying, we need $1 trillion annually, and this climate finance goal should be at that level. It should be adaptation focused, not just mitigation focused. There's a lot of discussion around, what should be counted under this new quantified financial goal. Some are saying that non-concessional finance should not be counted as climate finance at all. Others are saying that private sector investment should be counted as climate finance. A lot of discussion on the importance to streamline the flows and have easier direct access for governments. I know, Karan, one of the questions that you'll ask me later is around what have we learned from the first round of climate finance discussions. And the reality is that dedicated climate finance mechanisms, GEF, GCF, they haven't really unlocked the amounts of capital that we expect. So can we design a system where flows can move more quickly and that governments can access more readily? A big sticking point is around the contributor base. Who should contribute to these sources of climate finance? Some are saying the emerging economies that have grown significantly should be contributing to this goal. Others are saying it's about historical contribution, and why should, if I haven't really contributed to the stock of emissions today. Why should I contribute? So, and then last but very importantly, developing countries are saying that any climate finance that they have access to should not add to the indebtedness. So these are the topics that are being deliberated right now. It's a lot of complex issues. How much progress are we really going to see? I mean, I think it remains to be seen regarding whether can there be an agreement on this. If you ask me personally, my hypothesis is it's going to take another COP or two before we actually narrow and hone in on a target. The other topic that is being deliberated is the global goal on adaptation. And here, the truth is the progress has been much slower. Article 7 was enshrined in 2015, but it was only in COP26 that the work program was finally launched. In COP27, countries started developing a framework. COP28, the UAE to Belém Global Climate Resilience Framework was adopted. And now there are a lot of discussions on indicators. What are the set of indicators for this global adaptation goal? And the truth is there are a lot of efforts. There are efforts in the private sector. There are efforts in the public sector. For us at the bank, we announced around the annual meetings that we have a new goal on adaptation focused on quantifying the number of people that are impacted by climate change. There really is no consensus on what that goal should be at this point. There are also a lot of debates as to whether this should be a global goal or a national goal. So there again, my hypothesis is we might not see much progress on the global goal on adaptation. Where there is more optimism is around Article 6 of the Paris Agreement focused on carbon markets. The day before yesterday, there was a positive development around adoption of methodologies for removal. There's also some optimism around some of the technical issues around registries for Article 6.2 on authorizations. So there's a general sense of optimism that maybe we'll see some progress on the carbon markets part of the equation. And of course, last but not least, early 2025 is when countries submit their NDCs. So there's a lot of discussion around heightening the ambition. So bottom line is the climate finance goal, are we going to see consensus around a new target for climate finance to replace the 100 billion? I hope so, but let's wait and see.
Thank you, Hania. I think that's very succinctly putting into perspective a very, very complex situation. That actually urges me to take a step back and ask you that we all read that climate finance flows are actually increasing, but despite that, there are still a significant layers of challenges that exist. Now, would you want to, enlighten us with what is the current state of climate finance globally, and how has it evolved from the previous COPs?
No, thanks, Karen. And here, the question, of course, that begs itself is how is climate finance, even defined, right? So we have the $100 billion goal that I referenced, and the two, I would say, Bibles of climate finance are CPI's annual report, and they really do a fantastic job, and also the UN biennial assessments to quantify climate finance. And here, the story, I think there are some positives. So the latest report that CPI came out with had that figure at $1.5 trillion in global climate finance flows in 2023. It's an upward trend despite COVID, despite economic headwinds, despite inflation. The key increase, and this is something that is dear to the heart of the International Solar Alliance, is renewable energy. Much of this growth has come from renewable energy. Much of this growth has come from the transportation sector. But you know, the story is, it doesn't sound so great when you look at the size of fossil fuel investments also in 2023, $1.1 trillion, and fossil fuel subsidies, $1.4 trillion. So it's actually quite staggering if you put these figures next to one another. 1.3, 1.5 climate finance, 1.4 and 1 in fossil fuel subsidies and fossil investments. So that these are not the kind of magnitudes we want to see for sure. However, climate finance figures have more than doubled since 2018, but they're not enough. We need a 5-fold increase between now and 2030 in order to reach the 1.5 goals and the 1.5 scenario. The other trend that I think is really, you know, quite important is, you know, outside energy, buildings, and transportation, you're not actually seeing a lot of climate finance flowing. And I think that's important because if you look at the emissions trajectory of developing versus developed countries, in developing countries, the vast majority of emissions come from the land use and agri sector. So you really do want to see more money flowing into these sectors. The other point to also mention is so we're saying, you know, increase since 2018, but what is driving this increase? And if you look at the compound annual growth rate of flows from China, they're quite high, 36%. But if you look at the same figure for lower LDCs or emerging markets, excluding China and LDCs, the number is actually quite small at 12%. So it's fantastic that China is leading the pack. I mean, China is one of the, you know, second largest economy in the world, second highest emission in the world. So it's great to see, but that more finance flows is flowing towards China. But the reality is, if you factor China out, the numbers actually don't look that great. And then, of course, you know, put this in context of the estimates of finance climate needs, which range from $5 to $12 million. 1.3, you know, is not a very large number.
Ania, this is very, very interesting. At the International Solar Alliance, we see these disparity across our member countries, and we are now 120 member and signatory countries strong, based on at different spectrums of development, as well as different spectrums of energy transitions. And when you start to put them into certain archetypes, you start to see nuanced challenges emerging, whereas nuanced solutions that they need. One of the things that we've been trying to work and design around is the global solar facility. Something to reduce the risk perception of private investments into decentralized renewable electricity. We started with Africa. I thought I will invite Ramesh ji to give us a little bit of a flavor of what we are trying to do with the global solar facility on some of these kind of innovative models to bring in more private capital and reduce the risk perception that goes in here. Ramesh ji.
Thank you, Karan, and thank you, Hania, for giving an overview of what is happening. Both the very relevant questions put forward by Karan and you have updated us in a larger spectrum of what is happening. Many thanks for that. You know, International Solar Alliance, we're just trying to see one of the main focus areas is to be to see the perspective of the global south. That's where we are looking at. And then the climate adaptation part, we are not in any way, we are not directly doing it. It's not in our agenda, or it's not in the purview of us. But then the how do we mitigation part, how we are able to accelerate the process of scaling solar in these countries. So this is one area where we are looking at. As Karan was just talking about, it's a perception, which is of course the risk perception, and that's very important. Any investor look for the risk, and the more risk, and the cost goes up, because he has to factor in all those kind of costs into that. If I look back or step back to Indian scenario about 10 years back, the same situation were there of 2012, 13. How do we reduce the risk for the investors? Precisely that was the government of India was focusing. And then the risk of getting the land, because people are not aware of the complexities of getting the land, the risk of getting connectivity to the grid, the risk of the currency risk, all those issues were there, and the government was looking at how do we address these issues. And very proactively, the government has taken a position to an enabler rather than a controller or the license kind of arrangement. They have come out of it, and it has really resulted in so much of capacity addition in India. It's a big growth story which has happened there. So this is one issue when we wanted to help the countries, especially in, say, in African continent and all these things. You know, in the 2 trillion kind of watts of whatever has put across the globe, it's hardly 20 or less than 20 gigawatt is put in the entire continent. That shows there is a remarkable requirement of investment to happen there. And this risk perception need to be addressed. So that is where one facility which we are coming out to see, the global solar facility. And we are considering the 3 components to that. One, of course, maybe on the insurance component of that, so that there is a risk of the high cost of insurance is addressed. Thereby, you get the reduction in the cost of the project. And the second one is, of course, the payment guarantee mechanisms, because there is a perception if you don't get the payment, the regular payments on time, there has to be some product which take care of that. So this is the other component, and of course, third is the what you call the reduced cost of funding or the interest rates. A combination of that, we are planning on that, and parallelly, we are also helping them to see which are the possible projects. So 2 parallel activities we are taking. One on the technical side, how do we identify the project, which are the areas, and other creating this this product of both the things together. I think can attract the investors there. This is our idea. Of course, the lot of consultation is required. It's exciting but very challenging. We are trying to do that. I think inputs like from you and all will be great on this. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramesh.
And I think, you know, Karan, Ramesh highlights a couple of really important and I think generalizable points to the few bottlenecks that you mentioned around land titles, around currency risks, around perceived cost of capital. All of these need to be addressed to get money flowing into a solar project. However, all of this also needs to be unlocked to get any type of private sector capital flowing, whether it's a cement company, a steel company, a manufacturing or agribusiness space. And your point on technical assistance and project preparation facilities is also really important, because especially in emerging markets, oftentimes you have to build capacity. You have to build capacity of the private sponsor, but also of the government. And I raise this because, you know, oftentimes we're asked at the World Bank, what needs to happen to unlock more finance for climate? And the reality is, whatever needs to be done to unlock climate finance needs to be done to unlock any type of finance, from the private sector. And I think that's often surprisingly, you know, lost in the conversation. That is to say, there's no question that we can have a conversation around blended finance. We can have a conversation around, you know, what needs to be done to lower the cost of capital for some of the new climate technologies that are maybe a little bit more expensive. Yes, we can have a conversation around that specific part of the capital stack, but there's a lot upstream around the enabling environment that needs to be in place that has nothing to do with climate finance. So I think this is really important to have in mind when we discuss climate finance, especially for the global south. And you know, these are ultimately the client countries that are close to, you know, my heart and yours.
No, thank you, Hania, for this. And at the International Solar Alliance, as an enabler, you know, creating enabling environments to get in more investments into renewables, particularly solar, in our member countries is one of the key things that we do. And moving from enabling environments to enabling environments for carbon markets. I know it's a topic close to your heart. And, you know, I'm a regular reader of the World Bank's State and Trends carbon pricing report. And now what we are seeing is that the coverage has nearly tripled from a decade ago, driving new policies, particularly in the global south. So countries like Brazil, India, Chile, Mexico have their own domestic carbon market or pricing systems that are implementing. Challenges still remain. Pricing, integrity, also demand for now high quality credits. Now, from where you are sitting, Hania, what are the measures that the bank is taking to strengthen the credibility and the accessibility of carbon credits from emerging economies, and particularly addressing concerns around market integrity?
So I can I can go on for hours on this topic because it's a very it's a high priority agenda for the World Bank and actually I would say more than half of my team focuses on this area. But before I jump into this, Karen, I want to take a few steps back because you know the State and Trends report on carbon pricing. This is a flagship report that we publish annually. And it's focused on carbon pricing, but also on carbon markets, right? And they're kind of sort of different, right? But they're related. So here's how we see the world at the bank. You need all kinds of climate policies and investments to tackle climate change, right? You need maybe even initial feed-in tariff regimes to give investors certainty. You need carbon taxation on gas-fueled emissions. You need to develop an ETS system. So there are different, you have a wide toolbox of things that you can do to get the right incentives in the system. And part of, or a big part of the work that we do at the bank is around carbon pricing, so domestic carbon pricing instruments. That is to say, carbon taxation, emission trading systems, and domestic carbon crediting instruments. And those types of policies are about sending the right price signal to get money to move towards EV cars from gas cars. And Chile, actually, we've been working with Chile as an example on these types of policies. But separately, and this is an area where we're seeing really increased demand, especially over the last 2 years, is around carbon markets, and specifically Article 6 carbon markets and voluntary carbon markets. And there, you know, the game is a little different because carbon markets are about unlocking climate finance to enable action, as opposed to carbon pricing, which is to prevent action. So they're slightly different, but you know, ultimately it's about achieving emission reductions through incentives and channeling climate finance flows. And I think what's one trend that we're seeing is middle income countries, and you mentioned a few, you know, India, you know, Brazil, China. I mean, if China establishes an ETS system, I mean, just think about the ripple effects there. So you're seeing middle income countries whose emissions profile is focused on energy and industrials. They are going towards establishing emission trade ETS systems, cap and trade systems and allowance systems that are auctioned to corporations. But then you're seeing a lot more demand for carbon market capacity building from sub-Saharan Africa. So it's an interesting trend that you're seeing, right? The middle income countries, help us design systems that target reductions. The LDCs, help us figure out ways to unlock capital so I can protect my forests or finance or enable get an additional tranche of financing for an energy access program. We're working with 21 countries in East Africa on an energy access program. So I did want to shed a little bit of light on differing approaches that we're seeing in terms of when clients request support for carbon pricing and carbon markets. So now I'll double click on carbon markets, and by this, Article 6 and voluntary carbon markets. And maybe before I do this, what's also quite interesting is if you look at the size of carbon markets, it peaked in 2021 at $2 billion, and the market is now less than $700 million. So volumes have actually, crashed big time. Compliance markets, and you mentioned the number, hit a record high last year. So compliance markets are actually a much larger market than carbon markets. But I think there's a lot of momentum and a lot of hope that if we get it right, if we address some of these integrity issues, if we give clarity to governments on how to use carbon markets to meet their NDCs, and that's what Article 6 is all about, right? Article 6 is saying you can use international cooperative approaches and trade carbon credits to support each other in meeting NDCs. And there's a whole other article around contribution claims, allowing corporations to come in. And then in parallel, of course, there's a voluntary carbon market that's developing in its own way. So for us at the bank, the focus is on three things. So we are working with 15 countries with whom we've actually been working for a decade and a half to generate emission reduction credits from the forestry sector. And many of them have generated excess credits above and beyond what was contracted between our shareholders, the donor countries, and these countries, and trying to help them to monetize, place them in the market. We are looking at strategic engagements, mainly in the energy sector, to try to unlock carbon finance from these operations. And the Africa East, it's called the Ascent program. You may have heard our president talk about the Mission 300 initiative. So Ascent is actually part of that initiative. And there we've actually quantified that about 10 to 15% of the total financing package could come from carbon. So really working, the big team working on trying to get that carbon out. And a big part of the work is actually quite innovative, which is using digitization to quantify the emission reduction credits and therefore improve some of the issues around, baseline calculations and some of the issues that have plagued carbon markets around carbon crediting. So really trying to see how we can leverage technology for better calculations on how many tons are actually being reduced from the project. And then we're working with others, and Karen, you and I were talking about some of the work that we're doing with the government of Singapore around how do we fix some of the issues, how do we come together as a community and help address some of the issues that have plagued carbon markets around integrity, environmental integrity, and financial and market integrity, and social integrity. And each of these has a whole layer of issues in and of itself. But on social integrity, how do we make sure that the carbon credits, a good percentage of them flows directly to the community? And in one of our projects in Zambia, we did exactly that. On financial and market integrity, these are things such as data security, anti-money laundering, the robustness of the registry system. Well, is the data protected there? So we're working with IOSCO, which is basically a group of the financial regulators across countries to come up with principles there. And then lastly, and actually my next panel today is at the UNDP Pavilion, where we've come together with the major capacity building providers for countries that are interested in engaging in carbon markets. So UNDP, Alphabet Soup, VCMI, the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative, the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets, GGGI. So it's basically the main players that are working with governments to help them think through, I've generated this much stock of carbon credits. How do I think about whether I keep them for my NDC or whether I sell them to buyers? How do I think about whether I sell them to sovereign buyers or private sector buyers? How do I think about authorizing these credits for sale? So there's a lot of confusion around all of this. So we've come together to say, let's try to simplify this for our country clients. And we've developed the initial guideline and framework for countries. And over the next year, between now and the next COP, we'll be fleshing them out into guidelines that really help countries navigate these complex decisions. So this gives you a little bit of a broad sense of the different areas that we're working on in markets. And it's always with, partners that are also engaged in this space.
So, Hani, we were there yesterday at the Singapore Pavilion, where President Banga and Mr. Ravi Menon were addressing this hall full of people, and these questions were coming up. I think you touched upon some of these. There was one thing which, for us to understand, who see these discussions on carbon markets from the outside, is that if a country does decide to go ahead and have a long-term purchase agreement, or a company does that with a country, and then in the future, the country decides that, okay, I want to come out of this and actually use it towards my NDC. Are there any risk mitigation or insurance kind of products that exist for such a scenario?
So, this morning I was at a carbon markets breakfast, and a project developer focused on the clean cooking sector. She was saying that 3-4 years ago they could just give out these clean cooking stoves or sell them at a very, very low price and sell carbon credits very easily. But since COP26, which is actually when there was agreement on Article 6, the market, it's much more difficult, because now buyers are very reluctant because they want to make sure that the project has received a letter of authorization. This is what you're referring to from the government. Buyers are saying, well, is there a country framework in place before this purchase is made? So the message was, it was actually much easier to buy and sell before government started focusing on it, and now that government started focusing on it, the market has crashed. Now the question that begs itself is, would we have been better off with the voluntary carbon markets just evolving on its own, or are we better off actually getting governments now focused on trying to get this right, so that it actually becomes a scalable market, not just a $2 billion market or $700 million market, but actually gets to the size of compliance markets that we were referencing earlier. So what you're referring to, Karen, is as I'm sure many of you know, for Article 6 transactions to take place, a government needs to authorize the sale of a carbon credit to a third party buyer. And that's what's called a letter of authorization. And investors are very wary because they're worried that, well, what if the government changes its mind? And MIGA, which is part of the World Bank Group, stay tuned, I think it's tomorrow or after tomorrow, is actually about to announce a guarantee product that will mitigate this risk. So this is actually a very exciting initiative. We have a pilot in Kenya, but it's also very, very tied to a letter of authorization package that the World Bank has developed that actually guides the government to say, these are the different things that you really need to make clear for your investors. And then MIGA comes in with an actual product and specific terms. So we hope that this is a positive step in the right direction that helps de-risk some of these issues around revocation of contracts.
So this is important because it is just instruments like these which enhance the credibility of markets. The other aspect of enhancing credibility, and you touched upon it in your earlier remark, is around using digital innovations to enhance transparency. Digital tools like blockchain and AI, that enhance transparency as well as accountability. At the bank, are you exploring such innovations? And from where you are sitting, uh, are the clients demanding for such innovations as well?
A couple of examples there, and I think here innovations and digital technologies, can help enable carbon finance and carbon markets, but they go even beyond that. Even from a pure, compliance and reporting on GHG inventory, to the extent that we can leverage technology, then we make progress there, including around outcome-based structures that have nothing to do with carbon markets, but payment for results, and this is something that we're working on. So a couple of specific examples, just to be more concrete. If you and some of you were at our pavilion for the our president's event with Ravi Menon in Singapore, you may have also seen the Prime Minister of Bhutan speak towards the end. So we're working, actually, our engagement with the government of Bhutan, it has really been fascinating, because despite the fact that they're a net negative country, they're really forward leaning, and they're really trying to to help be an example of a country that has tapped into carbon markets. And there, we're actually working with the European Space Agency and NASA on using satellite imaging to do a forest map of the entire country that can then help with the development of methodologies for standing forests. So, and there are other companies in Silicon Valley, Pachama is another example, that are really trying to leverage, AI and technologies to better have maps of biomass, actually what's under the soil, because regenerative ag actually has also potential for outcome-based structures and carbon finance, but also above the ground satellite imaging. The Ascent program that I mentioned there, we're trying to adapt the methodology, the MRV system, to use technology for better calculations. We have been working also with the government of Singapore on an open access technology to allow countries that really want to plug and play and set up registries. In Bhutan, we're also working with Pakistan and Brazil on that. So, this is low cost, open access technology that can allow an entry point and an initial stepping stone to basically register these credits that are generated in country. And then lastly, we're leveraging blockchain technology. We launched a couple of years ago with the government of Singapore, the Climate Action Data Trust, which is, it basically connects right now about 85% of carbon market activities. So Vera, Gold Standard, the CDM registries also connected to basically surface the data from all carbon market activity to add transparency. So these are just a few examples of where we're tapping into, technology and innovation to unlock climate finance.
Anya, I didn't realize that we have, spent so much time talking about this, and we are almost reaching to the end of this particular fireside chat called the Sunny Side Up. I would want to pose a last question to you, but before that, I thought I'll open it up to the audience for a couple of questions. We have some time. If there are questions they would like to pose to Anya.
Thank you. Very interesting to hear about the carbon credit market. Two questions. First, ISA is 120 countries member, and World Bank is a strategic partner. what we can do together to unlock this market and to do very quick. Because, these things, country framework, the way the bank doing the business, it takes longer time. The African countries, which we 54 countries, 46 are members, and where they can't borrow because they're already, too much of, and the ratings by the IMF. And now these are the new instruments what we are talking about. My question to you, how we can work together and quicker and faster to unlock this market? That is my question to you.
Do you want to take a couple together? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm from Tanzania. Now, maybe I build up from the last speaker on how do you team up? We are the member of International Solar Alliance, and in unlocking these challenges, specifically on the enabling environment, how is International Solar Alliance and the World Bank coming up, especially on the review of existing policies and strategies so that we can capitalize on the carbon financing? Because if you have taken a stock of the policies and the strategy, probably they are not attractive. So now that is the question on how can you team up and help members on unlocking this challenge. But the last one is on the baseline calculations. And this goes to, and some of the conditions on the social integrate. So there are projects like in the energy sector, like the utility has invested in land acquisition, and some of the preliminary studies, the EIA and the feasibility study. So now these are the government money. And at the end, the government will say, no, because I have spent some money and the liquidity of some of these utilities is not that good. So it's the government money. So if you insist on the communities benefiting, then the government will say, no, look, I had invested, but I need some assurance on my return. And the last one is, how is the World Bank going to help countries which they have already started the GHG inventories? Probably we're not doing fine. If you can also have a look on it, you advise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I feel like Karen, as a World Bank alum, you have probably smarter things to say about how we work better with the Solar Alliance. But I say that jokingly, but I'm very happy to get a question from Tanzania, because Tanzania is actually one of the 21 countries in the Energy Access Program that I mentioned. And in fact, in the continent, Tanzania is one of the more forward-leaning countries. Actually, one of my colleagues, Chandra, is flying to Tanzania after COP, because there's a very high-level workshop that the government is launching, because they really want to understand that space better, because we have a large loan, a policy loan to Tanzania, and one of the components of it is establishing the regulatory framework for carbon credits. So at the highest level, there was a request to come in and give a workshop to basically explain the specifics of all of this. But I want to connect the two questions, because I think you make a very good point, which is, we can talk about, strategies and frameworks, but at the end of the day, like, what can we do quickly? And here, and frankly, this is why we really like to partner with the government of Singapore, because they're very practical and they really are looking for quick wins. And here, my response would be, let's identify, is there a pilot that is really worth investing time and energy? And let's explore. And actually with Ajay, this was a discussion that we had in Goa when we first met Karen. And at the same time, I think scale is important. So is there a project where we can do some quick back of the envelope analysis and say, we think carbon can comprise X% of the flows. And if it's high enough to actually merit really trying to get that carbon out, then let's do it. So I think that's where, and I'm very practical in my approach, right? Because you can just, talk, people have been talking about carbon markets for years, right? And I mean, the market hasn't really grown, but let's find a few pilots that we can really advance. That's why we're working with the government of Singapore. We have a champion in the government that's really interested in working with us. We have a couple of projects. We scrubbed the World Bank portfolio and identified about 12 operations that already have generated carbon credits. So we're starting to think about, can we create a vehicle to monetize these credits? So let's look at a couple of low-hanging fruit and try to make some progress. And would love, I mean, and Karen, us very well, but if there are a handful of projects or a portfolio of projects where there's such an opportunity, let's absolutely work together.
No, and I think just to add to that, we have also started to receive requests from countries on doing these enabling capacity building workshops around understanding carbon markets and understanding which of their projects are high priority or are carbon market ready. So you have a question? Okay.
Hello, my name is Pamela Abreu. I'm from the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic also is aligned with the International Solar Alliance. My question is more about, you were talking how it changed when they started with a carbon markets approach. The investors were a bit afraid or concerned, like they have to approach to the government. We are now starting to conceive the framework of carbon markets, and as you mentioned that I am now aware of that situation in these cases. So which approach do you consider from the government side should be taken when we come to establishing the frameworks for carbon markets?
Launched where we actually, the title of this document is Decision-Making Framework for Carbon Markets.
Excellent.
Right. And the starting point there is, at the end of the day, the goal is to meet NDCs. So let's start there. And then let's, if you want to do something quickly, then there are consultants that you can hire that give you a positive list of, the sectors that are eligible for carbon market activities. If you want to do a much more thorough job, you can do a marginal abatement cost curve analysis to really map, what are the activities that are eligible. So, you start there. And then, from there, you think about, authorization. So we really tried to develop a simple framework that gives you, a step-by-step big picture framework. And then this is what I was telling you that we're doing over the next 12 months is, how do we then develop this into detailed guidance? And some of this is already happening, but it's a little bit ad hoc, it's a little bit arbitrary. And that's why even countries such as Vietnam and Indonesia, which actually have excess credits, they're actually not engaging in the market because they just haven't gotten comfortable with how to do this while at the same time not compromising the ambition of NDCs. So all of this to say, there's potential, there's a lot of potential. That's why our president talks about carbon markets all the time. But there's a lot more work that needs to be done. And I think working with partners that are really interested in piloting, even though things aren't 100% perfect yet, is I think where is our sandbox to try to show some wins, hopefully by next COP.
Thank you.
So Hania, your vision, a bold vision for climate finance as a leading MDB, what would that be for COP29 Baku?
I mean, I think, and maybe moving again from high level principles to, what can we really do? I think if Brazil is serious about some of its initiatives around reforestation, that could really help unlock climate finance around an actual practical set of projects in the Amazon. So I think if we can really just rally around some of these, broad initiatives, which will bring together different pieces of the puzzle, because part of the puzzle is carbon finance, but another part of the puzzle is aggregation of blended finance vehicles. So I would love to see a bit more energy and coming around the table on a concrete initiative that can actually show how these different pieces fit together. Maybe the other really bold vision that I would love to see, we didn't touch on it too much as we ended up talking about carbon finance quite a bit, is on adaptation finance. So I mentioned that the figure for climate finance in 2023 was $1.3 trillion. Anyone want to guess what the adaptation finance number was of 1.3? Any guesses? $76 billion. So it's nothing. It's peanuts. And if you think about the countries that are most impacted by climate change, it's the poorest countries, and it's countries that are suffering from drought and floods and hurricanes. So we really need to find a way to get more money into adaptation. And oftentimes when you have conversations around adaptation finance, the the conversation very quickly gets cut short, because there the the usual talking point is, well, there's no revenue flow from adaptation, right? It's so you basically just need grant financing to pay for early warning systems, or to pay for flood proofing a solar plant that is on the coastline. And I think if we can find a way to reward adaptation and resilience measures, then that could unlock private capital. It's not easy. We've been trying to do this, and we've been trying to develop. I mean, I mentioned that the global goal on adaptation is being stuck because everyone's like, okay, what are the indicators? Because the indicators for floods and droughts are very different from from other aspects. So it's much more difficult than in mitigation, which is a ton of CO2. But I think if there can be some consensus around a set of metrics, and then you basically develop some outcome-based structures around adaptation, that could really help mobilize private finance.
Thank you, Anna. Such an absolute pleasure. Anya, you're in a tough job and you're doing a fantastic job, and we all look up to the bank on doing this. Thank you very much for being here today, ladies and gentlemen. Hania Dawood from the World Bank.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, the Asian Development Bank, a very warm welcome to this session on solar charged e-mobility sector. We are delighted to host this session in partnership with CalSTART and Natural Resources Defense Council. Welcome to all. I'm Ridula Bharadwaj, a capacity building specialist and program lead for International Solar Alliance programs of storage, green hydrogen, and solar charged e-mobility under the ISA ADB TA partnership. To begin the session, may I please invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurupat, the head of programs, International Solar Alliance, to please give the welcome address. Over to you, Rameshji.
Thank you. Thank you, Mridula, for giving me the floor. So, Excellencies, esteemed speakers, panelists, and distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this side event, Driving Green Solar-Powered Electric Mobility, as part of our event in COP29. A very good afternoon, and let me give the greetings on behalf of International Solar Alliance. We are delighted to co-host this event along with the Asian Development Bank. My friend Pradeep is here, and also in collaboration with CalSTART and NRDC India. As we stand at the threshold of a new era in transportation, this session aims to empower ISA's member nations to craft a solar-charged e-mobility landscape that is both viable and economically sustainable. The urgency of our mission is underscored by the rising tide of transportation-related greenhouse gas emission, a challenge that we are poised to meet head-on with strategic and actionable solutions. Solar-powered electric vehicles present a swift path to cutting GHG emissions, enabling the greater uptake of clean energy. Solar's decreasing cost and plentiful availability make it an attractive, sustainable power source for EVs, reinforcing the e-mobility system's eco-friendliness and energy resilience. ISA's Scaling Solar E-Mobility and Storage program is a testament of ISA's commitment to integrating solar power within the e-mobility sector. The program focuses on two approaches: solar-powered vehicles and battery charging stations, and vehicle-integrated photovoltaic technology. These approaches are designed to address the multifaceted challenges and opportunities associated with the large-scale deployment of solar-powered EVs, a critical step towards reducing the emissions, particularly in the least developed countries as well as small island developing states that grapple with infrastructure and financial constraints. I'm delighted to inform you about our latest publication, with the heading Solar EV Success Stories for LDCs and SIDS, a compendium of case studies across various vehicle segments. As part of this event, we will be releasing this book today. I'm sure this will be very useful for all LDCs and SIDS as well as all developing economies. So once again, let me sincerely thank all the speakers, audience, and online participants for joining this session. I'm looking for a very exciting and fruitful discussions, a collective approach for accelerating e-mobility with solar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rameshji. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Dr. Pradeep Tharakan, Director, Energy Transition, Asian Development Bank. Pradeep is an expert on global energy and environmental issues, specializing on origination, financing, and delivery of large-scale clean energy investment programs. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you very much, Mrudula. I think this is this is an innovation this year around with these headphones. I remember last year at the UAE COP and the ones at Sharm el Sheikh, we were all trying to out yell the people in the next pavilions because of all the cross noise. Well, good afternoon to all of you. Greetings from the Asian Development Bank. We're really delighted to be partnering with the International Solar Alliance. We have a knowledge support and technical assistance program with the ISA. We're looking to support a range of activities, and deployment and solar applications is a priority for us, along with e-mobility. So also want to thank the CalSTART NRDC India program for collaborating with us for this session. As you all know, and I don't want to preach to the choir here, so the transition to electric mobility is a huge priority if we are to fulfill the energy transition, given that transport is 30% of carbon emissions today, greenhouse gas emissions. But then the EV deployment only makes sense if we're going to link it with renewable energy generation. In countries like India today, the grid is still 60% coal. So really promoting a lot of EVs in that context doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, as we know, the combination of e-mobility and renewable energy, the costs are still prohibitive. We don't have technologies at scale. We don't have the charging infrastructure. So we really need to bring a lot of concessional financing to bear to have enough number of projects so that we bring down costs. So as a development bank, that's where ADB comes in. So we've been financing energy projects across the Asia Pacific for the last 58 years, right? So in 2024, we'll be doing about $25 billion of business. About 30% of that is in the energy space. So let me give you a couple of examples before I wrap up on the kinds of things we're doing in the e-mobility and solar application space. So late last year, ADB signed a $40 million financing package with Green Cell Express Private Limited in India to develop 255 electric battery-powered buses or e-buses to serve 5 million people a year on 50 intercity routes. So these are high-capacity routes. So the company has a concession to run these high-capacity buses back and forth. And we also included a lot of gender-sensitive features like panic buttons for women and so on. But what's particularly relevant for this group is that this was a commercial project with a e-bus operator in India. But we wanted to sort of nudge them in the direction of saying, can you also bring in solar-based charging? But they said, well, the costs are prohibitive. We need concessional financing. So we then went to philanthropies. So we went to the Bloomberg and Goldman Sachs foundations, and then we brought in financing from them, which we then made available through a blended finance package to decarbonize 100 of these 255 e-buses through dedicated solar PV charging. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing, trying to sort of nudge, move the needle. So we've also teamed up with the Green Climate Fund last year to set up a $500 million e-mobility program. This covers many countries, across the Asia Pacific: Armenia, Georgia, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Nepal, and Uzbekistan. So if there are people from these countries in the room or others who are interested in working in these countries, do reach out. So this fund is available to ADB, and we're looking to develop projects broadly in the e-mobility and transport infrastructure space that can include solar PV charging and e-mobility linkages as well. So with that, I'd like to end my opening remarks so we can get on to the more interesting technical sessions. Thanks to all of you for being here. We've got a full house, and all the very best for an enriching and informative discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pradeep, for providing ADB side perspective. This sets the stage for today's discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Mr. Elvis Octave, Chief Policy Analyst, Ministry of Transport, Republic of Seychelles. Mr. Elvis carries with him over 20 years of rich experience and is presently the Chief Policy Analyst. Starting his career as a teacher at the Seychelles School of Engineering, Mr. Octave has subsequently worked in various capacities of mechanical workshop manager, general manager, and more recently as Chief Technical Advisor for the Seychelles Electric Mobility Project. With that, may I request Mr. Octave to please give your special remarks. Thank you.
distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues. As the representative of Seychelles, I stand before you today to present a transformative solution that combines our commitment to renewable energy with sustainable transportation. Though small in size and facing unique challenges, our island nation is determined to pioneer solar-powered electric mobility as a cornerstone of our climate action strategy. The integration of solar power and electric mobility offers a compelling pathway to decarbonization. Seychelles enjoy an average of 8 hours of sunshine daily, an abundant clean energy resource that remains largely untapped for transportation. By merging solar charging infrastructure with electric vehicles, we can establish a truly zero-emission mobility ecosystem, serving as a model for other small island development states. The economic benefits of this transition are significant. Our analysis indicates that solar-powered electric mobility can reduce transportation costs by up to 60% over vehicle lifetimes, while also creating new opportunities. This shift is particularly impactful for our tourism sector, enhancing our image as a sustainable destination through the use of solar-powered electric vehicles. The government is committed to shaping the e-mobility landscape through policies that incentivize investment in solar-powered EVs and charging infrastructure. Tax incentives, such as reduced import duties on solar panels, battery storage, and charging stations, can lower entry barriers for businesses and consumers. Furthermore, public-private partnership and service liberalization will mobilize resources and expertise, accelerating the deployment of solar-powered charging stations. Clear long-term policy signals such as renewable energy targets and EV adoption goals will reduce uncertainty for investment and foster confidence in the market. Despite these opportunities, we face with challenges that require international cooperation. High initial capital costs, technical expertise requirements, and grid integration complexities are hurdles shared by many states. We call on developer nations and international finance institutions to support the scaling of solar-powered e-mobility through dedicated funding mechanisms, technology transfer programs, and policy development assistance. Looking ahead, Seychelles is committed under our national determined contribution to achieve 30% fleet electrification by 2030. This includes a significant focus on public transportation and the installation of solar-powered charging infrastructure, alongside increasing the share of renewables in our grid. We are establishing a comprehensive policy framework to encourage private sector participation and ensure the sustainability of this initiative. I urge this assembly to recognize solar-powered e-mobility as a vital solution in our collective fight against climate change. Let us work together to accelerate this transition by sharing knowledge, resources, and technologies. Our experience in Seychelles demonstrates that with proper planning and support, small island nations can lead the way in innovative climate solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Octave, for providing us insights into Seychelles' initiatives and plans in this sector. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the session, I would like to give a few minutes of presentation just to set all of us on the same page so that we are aligned with the moderated panel and also the launch, which is coming up after this. So can I request Rajinder, if you can put my presentation? Thank you. Yeah, I think that's the one. So I'm Mridula Bhardwaj again, and I'm capacity building specialist and program lead under the ISA ADB Technical Assistance Program. And I'm leading storage, solar e-mobility, and green hydrogen programs. So as many of you know, this is the structure of ISA assembly. We have India as president and France as co-president. Then we have 4 regions. Each region has 2 vice presidents. We have 5 committees. And then as I speak, we have 103 member countries. So this gives us a very big platform, as you can imagine, trying different kind of pilots and different kinds of business models. So going forward, we have 9 programs in ISA, and the program on solar e-mobility and storage, which is a combined program, is the program 5 of ISA. So how we support our member countries is displayed here. We usually do for any program, especially I'm talking about this one, it's a new sector, an evolving sector. So we help the member countries in enabling policy and regulatory framework, then identifying technological gaps, go-to resources, then facilitating investment environment for commercially viable solar e-mobility, identification of viable project pipelines, and of course, the 5th one, creating global synergies and partnerships. So this is our approach that we adopt. And now I'll come to the project that we are running, operating right now. It started 2 months back, and the launch that will happen now is the first few milestones of this project. So here, what we are planning to do is to assess the readiness assessment or ecosystem readiness assessment of our member countries in adopting large-scale solar charged electric mobility. And as you know, this is everyone, is familiar with solar. Everybody knows about the EV, but when you integrate the two, that's when you need a lot of support, not only in the technology, but also in policy, regulation, business models, and all those things creep in. So what we're doing in this, we are developing an implementation framework for ISA's least developed countries and small island developing states. So here, what we are doing detailed mappings of the factors which impact these accelerated solar powered EV deployment, opportunities in the EV solar charged EV sector, and then framework development for transition to solar EV sector. And then we'll do a lot of stakeholder consultations across different vehicle segments. Compilations of case study on solar EV, and this is what we are going to launch today. So what our team has done, they have mapped the global best practices in smaller vehicle segments, 2-wheeler, 3-wheelers, and small cars, because the SIDS and LDC are the target region. And then we will develop an ecosystem readiness assessment framework using very crucial 10 to 12 screening parameters and rate the score, provide score to the countries so that they can work on those, the gaps. And then country prioritization and final solar EV ecosystem readiness assessment report will lead to the second phase, where we will do the country deep dive and identify pilots for them, which will be very customized work. So with this, I will ask my colleagues from ICF, my colleague Sushmita Ajwani, Director Power and Renewables, is online. She will take 2 minutes to go over the work that we are doing. And after that, we will launch the report. Over to you, Sushmita.
Thank you, Mridula. Good morning, all of you. I'm Sushmita Ajwani. So getting straight to the subject, this is a very, very strategic and an important work that ISA is doing. Solar EV has a very crucial impact on the overall transportation system. So in this study, we are looking into 2 major technology. One is vehicle integrated photovoltaic technology, where your solar is implanted in the vehicle, and one is solar power charging infrastructure. So if we see the overall benefit of solar EV, definitely it reduces your carbon footprint, it reduces the noise level, it increases your it reduces your grid dependency and reduce the overall operational cost. It has its own challenges because solar is inform in nature, and it is highly weather dependent. But with battery coming into play and it has become more cheaper, these challenges can be smoothened out as we go ahead in future. Moving to the next slide. For the case study bit, we have looked into 193 nations, more than 193 nations, and gone through, like, evaluated them through multiple parameters. These parameters are across solar generation capacity and potential of these countries. What is the power reliability of these countries? How it can be integrated into the system? What are the EV uptake there? What are the technology level, readiness level of the country for EV uptake? And various other parameters to gauge electric vehicle charging infrastructure there. So there are the full indexing has been done across different countries. Upfront, 6 countries have been shortlisted. These 6 countries are not only shortlisted based on these parameters, these 6 countries have demonstrated successful case studies, which has a scalability value. So these studies, countries were studied in detail. Their case studies were looked into in detail. The case studies have been bifurcated into 3 themes. First is technology innovation. As if you can see the right-hand corner, there are 3 themes that we are discussing. One is the technology innovation. Second is innovative business model, which will increase the uptake. And third is the policy innovation, how policy has helped people to uptake more and more solar-based EV in their system. And these case studies have been seen also into different vehicular segment, whether it's a bike, EV bike, whether it's an EV motorcycle, it's a 3-wheeler, or it's a car or a solar-based ferry. So if we look into the case studies that we have picked up, there are 9 case studies across these 6 countries that we have taken. So if we move to the next slide. So here, these 9 case studies have been bracketed into these 3 thematic areas. In technology innovation, a deep dive has been done for Aditya Solar Ferry, which was in India, a Tri-Key in Kenya, Sun e-boats, very, very unique concept in Gambia, then BEM e-Savitri again in India. So in technology innovation, I will pick up Aditya Solar Ferry. I will not go into detail of all the case studies. But if you see Aditya Solar Ferry, they have created this ferry fully on solar charged EVs, and the project was so successful that they could make a break even within 2 years. This project was launched in 2017 and it reached break even in 2019, and the company could expand these ferries to multiple states in India, and it has shown a good level of scalability among the ferry users of the Indian geography. In the innovation business model, if we see, there is Africus bike. It's a solar charged bike. Then there is Urku Biki, again a solar charged biking model in Colombia, and similar kind of a model in Uganda also, which is called Zembo. In Africa's e-bike, what they have done is, like, they have provided microcredit. The bikes in Uganda is very important. The transportation is heavily dependent on 2-wheelers, and more than 1 million bikes are there in Uganda. So this kind of a solar charged bike does not only bring sustainability, it also reduces their dependence on fossil-based fuel. So Africa's, after they provided the microcredit to the consumer, people could afford to buy more and more of these bikes. Till date, 100 of these bikes have been sold, and it has also demonstrated high scalability value. Similarly, in policy innovation, there are intervention being made on e-car home charging grants. There's another one is MIA and WAMIL. Now, if we see e-car home charging grant, it's done in Germany. So they specifically provide grants to residential consumer to install solar to charge their electric vehicle. It's one of its unique kind which can be adopted across, and this project has actually helped most of the electric vehicle user to adopt solar in a higher quantum. So this is a snapshot of this vehicle. I'm sure you will go through the report. These case studies have been explained in greater detail and how they have benefited these countries. So over to you, Mridula.
Thank you, Sushmita. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to announce the launch of our report, Charging for Change, Solar Electric Mobility Global Learnings. May I please invite on the stage Mr. Elvis Octave, Ms. Stephanie Kodish, Dr. Pradeep Tharakan, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurupat, and Mr. Nitish Arora to kindly release the report.
I think, yes, I have to send. Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks again, everyone. It's time to begin our session now. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Stephanie Kodish, Global Director, CalSTART Drive to Zero, to deliver the thematic presentation and moderate the session. Stephanie Kodish draws on 2 decades of experience as an environmental and social justice leader, spearheading collaboratives and campaigns, resulting in the strengthening and implementation of clean air and climate laws and policies. This is aimed at supporting healthier communities, restoration of public lands, and a transition towards a clean and just energy economy. Over to you, Stephanie, to take the session forward.
Thank you so much, Mridula, and thank you, ISA, for hosting us. It is a real pleasure and delight to be here today. So I'm going to offer a little bit of an overview of where I'm coming from. I am the lead for the Global Drive to Zero, which is a program of CalSTART. We are about a 35-year-old organization that grew up alongside the state of California's work to figure out how you go about cleaning up transportation. And about 5 years ago, co-launched, it was actually at COP26 with the government of the Netherlands, a global MOU that I'll talk about shortly. But this topic is so very vital because I think it really speaks to the intersectionality of systems change that we are needing to address across transport and energy. Great, apologies for that. So we're going to just start with a really quick overview of medium heavy duty vehicles, because while transport constitutes roughly a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions, trucks and buses actually contribute the lion's share, despite the fact that they are only 4% of the vehicles that are on the road. And despite that fact, they consume roughly a third of all transports diesel and also emit roughly a third greenhouse gas emissions, as well as health harming pollutants that are devastating for respiratory systems. There is a significant capital investment opportunity when you are looking at zero emission trucks, and this means significant potential for economic growth and price stability, as well as improved well-being. Roughly 3.4 trillion USD in potential annual zero emission vehicle investments globally are feasible. And when you look across options, what you see is that transitioning to zero emitting vehicles means that you are no longer needing to address the price instability of diesel because electric prices stay more stagnant. So what we know is that TCO parity is already achieved across multiple segments, across multiple geographies. And at present day, there are nearly 1,000 different kinds of models. So sometimes what you will hear is that it just could not be that you have the vehicles that do the jobs that are needing to be done, but when in fact there are models for every use case and every scenario that you need. That's inclusive of school buses and transit. It's inclusive of cargo vans, as well as yard tractors and long haul. And they are capable of meeting or exceeding most fleet needs. So that's roughly 200 to 400 kilometers on a single charge that these vehicles are capable of going. And what's so exciting about the report that ISA is issuing today is it really marks a new moment in time to look holistically at solutions that are combining solar with zero emitting vehicles of the future. There are a set of different use cases that are already in place. That includes Watt EV's vehicle demonstration of solar power in the US. And there is another one that is upcoming for freight in Australia. And with the isolation of the different countries that have been identified through the ISA report, what you can see is that SIDS and LDCs are also quite primed for these kinds of potential evolutions. So I'm going to talk for just a moment about the Global Memorandum of Understanding, which is a international non-binding agreement where countries commit to achieving 100% new zero-emitting medium and heavy-duty vehicles by 2040 with an interim goal of 30% by 2030. So roughly a third of the country's signatories are from emerging and developing economies. There are over 200 endorsers, including some of the organizations that are here that we'll hear from a little bit. And those include industry, subnational governments, and the lifeblood of this effort is really community building around transformational options. And that is specific to the forum that we convene with the countries, as well as the many different endorsers that are supporting the ambition globally. So this is the recipe, and we'll dig in on a little bit on this with the panelists in a few short moments. But the global MOU really establishes the goals, what it is that we're all working towards. It must be entrenched, as Mridula had mentioned, in policy and regulation. So you need to have those things be paired, attendant with implementation. It's not always linear. Some countries and some spaces, you need to move forward with pilots with implementation projects in order to lay the groundwork for regulation. But enduring regulation is what provides for market certainty. And there are a number of countries that already have in place critical supply side regulations. You can visit our policy suite on Drive to Zero site, and it provides for a set of 7 different analyses for different countries in terms of what they are doing on the regulatory front. There are a host of benefits that span many of the things I just said, but I won't spend time on them now. But the important thing really here is that there are critical job development opportunities. There are critical needs to focus on industry financing and increasing access. And so this is the last slide that I want to share with you. And there are just so very many opportunities where we are mindful that you can't build all of the infrastructure that is necessary all at once. But through careful analytics, you can identify the parts of our infrastructure that need to be prioritized. And I'm speaking specifically here about freight, looking at the hubs where there is charging needs, where there are connections between hubs for corridors, and then to build out national networks. So it's these types of phased solutions that invite careful and real planning in advance with our solar partners and looking forward to ways that you can combine the charging infrastructure needs to help meet the delivery of goods and services. This is a Global Green Road Corridor project, and we are very enthusiastic to have a set of partners that are working alongside and standing up these different autonomous corridors where there are just endless ripe opportunities to anchor finance, to anchor infrastructure, inclusive of the kind of renewable capacities. So when we look at electrified or decarbonized freight and transport, what we're talking about is a greenhouse gas emission reduction of roughly 65%. But when you pair that with renewables, with solar, you're talking about emission reductions of upwards of 95%. So that is really the sweet spot that we need to be after. And it is through a different kind of evolution in the way our goods and services move and the way that we combine our systems as between energy and transport that we have those opportunities. And so I hope that these are the takeaways that you come away with as a foundation for our conversation today in terms of the technology maturity. The vehicles are there, the technology is in place, and we need to have strong targets and policy. And infrastructure planning is the key area of intersection. So with that, I am pleased to introduce our panelists that I will now invite to the stage. Pamela Mercedes Abreu Toribio with the Dominican Republic, Neo Energy's Miguel Munoz from Iberdrola, Natish Arora from NRDC India, and Karthi Hararia from Charge Zone and Billion Electric Mobility. If you'd please come to the stage. All right, so switching gears just a little bit, we have 4 wonderful panelists to share a range of different experiences. And Pamela, I would love to start with you. Can you speak a little bit to the different kinds of measures taken to ensure that the transition to solar-powered e-mobility ecosystems is inclusive and addresses the needs of vulnerable communities, especially when you consider regions that are most affected by climate change?
Hello, my name is Pamela Abreu, and I'm from the Dominican Republic government. I work for the National Council of Climate Change in the mitigation department. And we are a small island developing state. So partly from that, you might know that we are part of the most vulnerable countries around the world. And at the same time, our adaptation is the most priority thing, although we know through mitigation, we can reach adaptation. So in that sense, I point out some notes here because I want to elaborate on some tables on how the country has been working on them. And some of the measures, first, you have to identify which are these vulnerable communities. And after, like which parts of the country that are the most vulnerable ones in terms of the access of this energy, in terms of security, in terms of air quality, access of different types of schemes, then you might actually start from educating and raising public awareness with local governments. And in that sense, the country has already been working with schools, which is one of the let's say, more touching through education and powerful to reach this level of sensitive in terms of the topic. And right now, the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Education have been working with 300 schools, public schools that doesn't have any type of energy, to install solar panels on the schools. We are trying also at the same time to approach two things. One is the part of generating electric energy, and then the other part, which is the transition to e-mobility at the same time, which is, I think, something that for developing countries, it's the same thing. So we have to come up with these two approaches in parallel. And then the third point I just noted here is the part of inclusive policy development. it is really important to connect the dots. So in the country, we have different types of adaptation measures and also mitigation options for the NDCs. And in terms of the priority areas, security of energy is one of the things. So if we're talking about reaching to these communities that are most vulnerable, we need to look at how we can actually build infrastructures, as you were mentioning before, so they can have access to them, but at the same time, they know how to use it. And in that sense, we have been working with different types of laws. There's a law which is about the incentives for developing renewable energies on different type of parts of the country. And this is something that reduces some different types of taxes, like income tax. And there's a team that evaluates which type of panels are you willing to use and which place are you willing to allocate them. And at the same time, how we can align the part of e-mobility. Where we can, as you mentioned, where can we put different infrastructures for charging and the buses, which is one of their main priorities. And in the capital city, which is Santo Domingo, we're looking more to extend lines for metro and wires, but how we can actually not only have metro, but they come from renewables, which is the other aspect we're looking for. The other point I just note how is regional collaboration. It's really important for countries like us to reach out and look for best practices. And with the Global MOU, we're part of the Global MOU, which is really very interesting for us. We have been already sharing knowledge with other countries like Spain with the Global Summit, where we actually learn about different pilots for bus charging. And we are actually looking at now with our Klima program, we're working on phase 2 to integrate those knowledge already learned into implementation, which is really important for us because at the end, that's what we're looking at. Finally, the aspect of leveraging funding for resilience, we have to look at for both sides, mitigation and adaptation, because we're talking about creating resilience through these communities with these infrastructures, with education. So we are also working with other agencies to create systems, early warning systems, that also helps them to prevent what they have to do if these infrastructures were installed in which situations. Thank you.
Great. And so I want to pick up on one of the things that you said in terms of really looking at collaborations and opportunities to learn lessons from other entities. And Miguel, I would love to invite you to share a little bit. When you think about the different lessons that can be drawn from case studies that Neoenergia has done around solar-powered electric mobility integration, how can they be tailored to be supportive of countries like Dominican Republic and other less developed economies?
Thank you very much for inviting me. We have a very interesting and amazing example of an island, Fernando de Noronha, that has been deployed with a very important project on connecting charging infrastructure with solar PV installations. It is a project that demonstrates how this can be achieved. We have a small island isolated with a natural heritage profile, a lot of tourist spots. And we have already done it. Some key lessons about this interesting project. You have to build on alliances. You cannot do this alone. We have been involved in Neoenergia, but also we have built an alliance with Renault, with local authorities, with some smart business on the mobility side, different actors, also in conversations with local stakeholders, build alliances. We have contributed to the construction of 2 solar plants of 100 kilowatts and also to more than 12 charging points. This infrastructure is crucial, but you have different models that you have to explore depending on the context. For example, in our case, for the solar PV installations, cooperative approaches have been very useful to develop a business plan. Also, it's important to analyze very well the business model that can apply to different contexts. Also, another remark, very important lesson, policy environment regulation. In our case, we had a very important law the zero carbon law from Noronha. This law included some important restrictions to fossil fuel vehicles after 2025. These restrictions will become massive by 2030 when fossil fuel vehicles will be prohibited in the island. So if you have this enabling policy condition, you have to work faster. There are also logistical challenges that should be addressed in cooperation with local authorities. Imagine the roads, where are the locations, the adequate locations for the charging infrastructure. But in general, alliances, policy, environment, explore very well, and I will talk later, innovative models. Pay attention also to local stakeholders, the challenges, but it is a very important example. It's possible.
Miguel, thank you. And that's a wonderful way to tee up, Natish, a question for you with regard to engagement around grassroots communities and the work that you've done. And it would be great, I think, for you to explain a little bit about the ways that you have gone about engaging grassroots communities. The way that I think NRDC has gone about raising awareness to establish proof of concept, it would be wonderful for you to speak a little bit to that, especially with regard to rural areas.
No, thank you to the organizers for having us here. So globally, we have been seeing that there is a change in EV policy discourse, and India is no different, right? Right from the national EV policy to the state EV policies. So national policy identifies the key states where they want to target. The state EV policies targets the key cities that they want to target, right? But none of them really touches upon the heart and the soul, which is how you're looking at from an equity and inclusivity perspective. So just put things in perspective. And this is where NRDC launched its Mobilize initiative earlier this year. So we realized that 2/3 of India population lives in 600,000 villages. And how do we ensure that this clean mobility transition that we are talking about is more inclusive and equitable, right? So, and how do they really move? So the starting point of the story was first getting a landscape view in terms of what are the rural mobility needs? How do they move it currently? So what we are surprised that that majority of the rural people in India either walk or use a conventional ICE two-wheeler, right? And just to put things in perspective in terms of the scale we are talking about, India sells about 20 million two-wheelers annually. About 55% of that gets sold in these 600,000 villages. And there are no policy provisions, no financings being available for these vulnerable communities to be part of this clean mobility transitions. So I think that's where we started figuring out the right kind of a form factor, right kind of a use cases. And I think to our favor, what also worked was NRDC has been working over a decade with Self-Employed Women Association, a grassroots community of over 3 million plus members, and for piloting clean energy efficiency interventions. And we have piloted clean cooking interventions, solar rooftop, drip irrigation, biomass, and much more. So now we thought that this would be the right time to include an angle on mobility, because the energy transitions, things have started moving, particularly in the rural side as well. So I think that's where we started off with this concept, started with the product demonstrations, with onboarding the OEMs. And I think we're very critical in terms of understanding what are the real risks and what are the perceived risks, and how do you demystify those risks, both for the owners. So if you have to conduct an awareness campaign around that, and how you demystify those risks for the financial institutions, because ultimately those have to underwrite your assets, right? And that's where we worked with the development financial institutions, SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, and operationalized the country's first risk-sharing facility for financing EVs. And once you have that first loss guarantee mechanism in place, there were financial institutions coming forward to put in money and to finance these transitions. And in a quick span of time, I think what we have been able to really got through some very quick, big wins, and some lessons for that is that there were myths in the rural areas that people were scared whether we should buy an EV because battery safety and health is the biggest concern. There were concerns that when the temperature shoots up to 50 degrees Celsius, battery might burst, and people were against, so we should not be buying an EV. So I think we have been able to burst those myths. Rural women have been able to save 70% of their fuel expenses already. and leading to 40% increase in the disposable income, household income, because access to transportation in rural India still remains one of the biggest challenges, be it accessing to your commercial centers, be it accessing to the social infrastructure as well. So I think our work with the grassroots communities help demonstrate that proof of concept, and then the partnerships, the multi-stakeholder partnerships that weaves around the threads of community trust, bringing together local knowledge in terms of what the people are looking for, and the resources were critical to lay down that framework for scaling up rural mobility interventions. And I think in terms of the next big thing that we are currently looking at is to how do we scale up this initiative, as well as how do we bring newer form factors, particularly like tractors, which often do not get covered in the policy landscape, neither in any of the transport conversations that we hear, but they consume almost the similar amount of diesel at the India's bus fleet. So I think that's the two components that we're looking at, strengthening our partnerships with the communities and putting things on ground here.
Excellent. We should talk about the off-road commercial vehicle sector as well. Kartiki, I would love to turn to you next, especially coming from a business perspective, to hear the lessons that you have learned from different case studies specific to India.
All right. Yeah. So first of all, Stephanie, thanks for hosting this panel. Thank you, ISA, for this. So we've been into e-mobility for the last 6 years now, and primarily solving both personal e-mobility and commercial e-mobility through a widespread EV charging network across the Indian subcontinent. Now, it's pretty clear that when we say zero emission vehicles, if the charging stations are going to be powered by the conventional thermal power, I don't think we are serving the justice, right? I mean, it is important that the RE piece, the renewable energy piece, comes handy when it comes to right to the socket of the vehicle in terms of EV charging. Therefore, as Pradeep mentioned earlier, even if you talk about the Indian market, where more than 60% is still more than 60% of the grid is still powered by conventional power, we have a very limited access to a standalone renewable energy for charging station. So that brought us to a very definitive problem statement that how do we power these high-speed charging stations across highways in the country, both urban and the suburban, even some of the rural areas, through solar. And well, this year has been very, I would say, very momentous for us, because we bought now solar as well as the commercial battery storage as a very, I would call a lethal combination. When I say lethal combination, means it is now commercially viable. For the first time, we are seeing that the cost of solar and energy storage put together brings the cost of power at par with the grid cost. Now, this never happened over the last couple of decades. So the first time this year, I would say last quarter, we have seen the price parity or the cost parity of solar and storage, coming together in line with the commercial rate of grid power. Therefore, the entire opportunity here in terms of EV charging space or the e-mobility adoption space is now turning on its head. Gone are the days where people will discuss about the vivid comparison between thermal and renewable energy source of power. We are not doing enough whether RE integration is going to happen or not. Well, we have fortunately arrived at a very definitive solution of microgrids, that is solar, at site, which means energy storage is now not just acting as a backup to the power, because grid reliability is always a question that we try to solve in EV charging space, but also it has become a source of power. And therefore, you are reducing your dependency on electricity distribution companies going forward. This means that territories or markets within LDCs or even developed countries. You see Western Europe also adopting a very similar strategy because the grids are choked, for example. Yeah, recently we had a little road trip in Netherlands and benchmarked some of the EV charging companies over there. And we figured out that, well, there is another problem. It's not a grid reliability problem in Western Europe. It is the grid just not available. There are 3 years lead time just to get a new connection. Yeah. So I think this solution, coincidentally, we are here at ISA panel, a pavilion, but it is the solar and storage which is going to solve one of the biggest problem will thrive on the RE integration for the EV charging and therefore increase the rate of e-mobility adoption across the world.
I want to build on that for a second because I think the point you're hitting on is so significant to recognize, which is the critical and large market opportunity. When you look at medium and heavy duty vehicles, because of the vast surface capacity, because of the utilization steadiness, and also when you look at the standardized designs, unlike passenger vehicles. So I think that's such an important thing to really dig in on, the V2G opportunities. And I'd love to stay with you for another question. So this is a rapidly changing landscape in terms of technological development. It is deeply exciting, deeply necessary, and we can't move fast enough. So my question for you is any insight that you would have with regard to strategies to help scale up?
So if the question is around the scaling up of MHEVs, yeah, medium and heavy duty electric vehicles. Yeah, so incidentally, we created a new platform just a couple of quarters ago called Billion Electric. It was a 3-year development program with an OEM in India for developing 19-tonners and 55-tonners electric trucks. Well, and then the rationale was very simple. 3 years ago, I was just chatting with a friend of mine, and we figured out that the top 51 cities of India have 100 million vehicles. That is 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and 4-wheelers put together. Less than 5% of them are trucks and buses, and they consume roughly 40% of diesel every day. And we said, well, this is the problem to solve. This is the sector we should decarbonize. Now, 3 years today we finally have these electric trucks running on highways. We are connected Bangalore to Chennai. Now we are connecting Bangalore to Mumbai and transporting the goods for various e-commerce companies like Amazon and so on. Now, it is clear that speaking globally, MHEVs or both medium and heavy vehicles are here to stay. The TCO, the total cost of ownership, has become competitive. Now you pick up any geography, any country, even the smallest of the countries or LDC segments or developed countries, it is clear that the large or heavy duty electric trucks or commercial vehicles such as buses even and trucks will be able to match diesel in terms of TCO, total cost of ownership. We also brought in a new paradigm called, we say that these are energy assets on wheels. So even a conventional way of financing a diesel truck or diesel bus, which is generally a 5-year, 6-year life cycle with a one owner, and then it goes to second owner and third owner, we said, well, we don't have to do all this. A single owner here or a single company can own this asset for a period of 50 years, just like you own an energy asset like solar plant. So now with the capex of the vehicles coming down, with the EV charging technologies, which is now fairly stable, RE integration happening, and very important, the access to capital has started. That was not the case earlier. Even the product stability was not the case. So if you really see, I'll give you an example, some of the European OEMs, like Volvo, Scania, if you put them together, they are rolling out roughly 40 to 50,000 electric trucks this year on the Western European highways. Same thing is happening in US very quietly. There is already 20,000 trucks already in the United States now. Well, these numbers are very small compared to the market size. But the most important part is that to scale up, one required a product, one required the access to capital, and third, most important, the customer. And thankfully, corporate have their ESG targets now, where e-mobility is of lowest hanging fruit possible. Yeah, because one can look at renewable energy integration for their factories, waste to energy and all. But according to me, according to our team who's building e-mobility, well, we found that with end consumers, end customers, the adoption of e-mobility is the easiest thing to do and the lowest hanging fruit available to meet their scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, whatever you want to do for the GHG framework for the ESG compliance. So, well, I think the inflection point is just around the corner, yeah, as we speak. And I think before the next COP, you'll see a lot of corporates around the world, a lot of countries around the world adopting commercial mobility, if not the personal one, commercial mobility, which as a key driver, not only to the economic growth, but also to achieve the net zero emission targets.
Thank you, Kartiki. So I would love to shift over to you, Miguel, to ask the same question and sort of poke at your insights about scale up strategy for deployment.
Thank you very much. Based on the experience of this project, this pilot, that this is going to be bigger as we approach to the 2030. Imagine to have the picture of the project. We have 2 solar plants. We have charging points, 12 approximately. We have a storage, more than 200 kilowatts hour. Some of the charging points are charging to grid, so they can put energy on the grid. You have customers, tourist spots. You have to combine all of this. So in order to escalate, scale up these kind of projects, you have to pay special attention to infrastructure. You have the proper grid, you have the proper fiber optic network, you have all these issues, the road infrastructure, you have an adequate assessment or on where the charging points will be located. You have all the technical elements properly studied, because at the end of the day, this is a technical issue as well. And you will face a lot of challenges when you are deploying this kind of projects. Apart from that, as I said before, if you want to scale up, regulation is paramount. This law that I have just highlighted, the zero carbon law from Noronha, has a goal also to reach 800 electric vehicles in the island by 2030. We are talking of an island about 3,000 inhabitants. So you are practically electrifying the whole island and the whole transport sector. So if your regulator is giving you this powerful signal, all the companies, all the local stakeholders are on board. Of course, if you want to scale up, you have to pay special attention as well to business case. Which kind of business case? In this specific example, we saw that charging services were at the center, some digital apps, some paid charging operations are digitalized. There are smart apps. There are things that are facilitating all this project. You have to build the proper plants, the adequate capacity to cover this demand from renewables. And of course, in this case, cooperative approaches between different stakeholders developing these plants have provided a quite interesting business case. And the third element is connected to maintenance, to the ownership of all of this. For example, in the case of the vehicles, it has been very interesting, some kind of collective ownership through a platform, through a service that is provided by a company. So it facilitates the deployment of this service, the electricity vehicle service. So in that case, infrastructure, some kind of digital smart services to use collective assets, collective number of vehicles, collective charging points, and also the cooperative approach to build the plants. Regulation, of course, at the center always.
Thank you, Miguel. And Natish, let's slide over to you to, I think, pick out one of those points with regards of finance. It is a key barrier to accessing technologies, especially in rural areas. Can you speak to what kind of innovative models and partnerships you've leveraged in order to make EVs accessible? And also how you would see those models being applicable in other parts of the world, like Africa and Southeast Asia?
Sure. So I think I'll again build on what I said previously. I think first one need to get a sense of what are the real risks and what are the perceived risks. And so that can help inform what are the strategies to demystify those risks, right? So one of the sometimes the perceived risks are so high that it overshadows and it does not give a true picture to the financer about the bankability. So there were risks about the product, the service aspect when we were thinking of piloting electric two-wheelers in the rural areas. And that's where we worked with the rural women to understand the needs, as well as also understand in terms of what are the top-notch OEMs that can help address those risks. I think first, getting a sense of real versus the perceived risk. Second, understanding with the local actors as to how you can help those demystify those risks. And I think third, and perhaps the most important of all is what's the viability gap? What's the kind of a price sensitivity? What is the kind of interest sensitivity that we want to test in? And how do we, that market forces can address those? And then comes the instrumental role of blended finance, as well as guarantees who can help access to the market finance much more faster and at a real scale that we are talking about. I think once you put in all place those partnerships together, right from the grassroots actors to the development financial institutions, and which helps then onboard the other OEMs, which also helps onboard the other financial institutions, all as a package, helped us make those EVs pitches more affordable and more lucrative as a value proposition to the rural customer or the rural consumer that we are targeting, right? So I think in terms of applicability, in terms of the other economies, I think three things. You need to have a local context. You need to have a local development bank who can help understand, underwrite the assets better, and help can access the market finance much more faster and at a real scale. And that's what holds the key in terms of scaling up these solutions. And these and I think to put any of these solutions to the financer, you need to set up a proof of concept, a demonstration that this is how it works. And that builds that financer's confidence in terms of financing those initiatives, financing those assets, and also trying out business models. So although we have tried purchase kind of a business model in terms of whether Seva Sister buys the electric vehicle with some sort of a down payment, but there are alternative business models in terms of, say, leasing, which might be more useful for gig economy workers as the gig economy also grows or stretches into the rural space as well. So I think it's a wide variety of business models that needs to be tested, but what remains the key is the local knowledge, resources, the role of guarantees, and the blended finance to scale up any of those initiatives.
Thank you, Nitish. So we have just a couple of minutes, and I would love to turn to our audience to see if any of you have any questions for our panelists. Please.
Well, thank you very much. Personally, I've learned a lot from the discussions ongoing here. It's a shame that looking around, I don't see a lot from Ghana in the works that you've done to display. But I think from here, we should look into any forms of collaboration that we can have, especially from Ghana. One of the things we're looking at in Ghana is to see how we can electrify, especially the two-wheelers for delivery services in the city centers, and then also for passenger transport in the rural and peri-urban areas as well. We're also looking into what we call in Ghana the digital transport, where we're looking at ride-hailing services. We think that it's one of the low-hanging fruits if we have credible partnerships to say, for example, we could come up with a regulation that says if you want to regulate, operate in the ride-hailing space in Ghana, at least 60%, 40% of your fleet should be sustainable, electric, solar powered, etc. But it's become extremely difficult to pursue such policies because we don't have the leverage and the opportunities to partner with credible partners like yourselves and manufacturers to have this space properly regulated. One of the things we're seeing in Ghana, again, is because we receive vehicles, you know, if you come to Ghana, we're quite unique. You have Ghana driving on the left side of the vehicle, on the right side of the road, which keeps us receiving vehicles from nearly all the manufacturers in Africa and in Europe, in Americas, etc. So because of that, standards for some of these provisions are difficult to quote unquote keep at the uniform level, which means that we have to have some kind of support to see how we can provide credible regulation in that space. And we are coming from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority in Ghana, responsible for licensing all kinds of vehicles and also providing licensing for drivers, riders, etc. we think we have space, if you do also have space on your side, for us to establish some good research lab, R&D lab in Ghana, to see how we can advise government, because we are in charge of that space and we have to advise, provide policy advice to central government when it comes to some of these space. Do you have some examples to share and some capacity development opportunities where we can learn from this and then take it forward to the next level? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that experience. So any examples that any of you would like to offer? Pamela, please.
Yeah, so I would like to just share, we had faced the same situation, and in some points we still have been facing them, but what had helped us a lot is having the National Council of Climate Change. So what is the difference between acting from a specific sector than having a council that actually would like to articulate these actions related with climate? And having this council, you actually can access to these sectors and ask them like, okay, so you're willing to do this. What is like stopping you from doing it? And then by looking for cooperative approaches like international agencies, like you can contact with us, and then through these events, we can actually, for example, we are receiving a lot of help from the Global Mole. We are participating from, there's a hub, and there are different aspects where you can get technical assistance and actually request funds for the specific things that you're still willing to look at. We're not actually working with a draft for a sustainable mobility policy. And when you present that to the sectorial institution, they actually start to find it attractive. So they say, okay, so we can actually do it because you're supporting us. And it's from it's not like a specific sector, but it's from the government side, but it's like a part. So it helps a lot to connect the dots. We look from the agencies and we work again alongside with the sectorial aspect. That's one of the things. And another example is that we have a table, we call it the Sustainable Transport Table, which involves not only the transport sector, also all the members that should be involved, like energy, for example. We're talking about education, for example, the Minister of Education, the Minister of the Energy. So it is really important to connect which are the people that can work with the same initiative, but that is going to be impacted. And in that sense, right now, I already talked to Ricardo about it from the Drive to Zero. We have 150 e-buses, and the approach that we have been looking at that is from the perspective of education. So the president just said we would like to provide to all students that go to public schools free buses. And then from that perspective, we start from security with a decree. And then we continue it with thinking about, okay, let's then try to give them electric buses. We provide them better air quality. We're talking about which vulnerable communities are going to be impacted with that. And maybe by talking to a specific aspect or small pilot, you can actually start building on these barriers. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, Pamela. So we do need to wrap up. I want to maybe just lift up a couple of themes that I think we all have heard so very clearly. The centrality and intersection between the transition to clean transportation and the relationship with a clean grid. The need for focus on infrastructure, but importantly, equity, access to capital, the need for increased finance and rapid scale up. And I love one of the things that Nitish had said about demystifying risk, right? We're all hearing from each other these different case studies, different realities in different country contexts, regardless of, but inclusive of those economic realities. And the opportunities are vast. So I think the last note that I would just leave us on is one word, and that is collaboration. That is the way forward. So thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And I will hand it over to you, Mridula.
Thank you, Stephanie, and our dear panelists for a very interesting and informative session. To close the session, may I please invite Mr. Hugo Morales, my colleague, head of Latin America and Caribbean region of ISA, to give the vote of thanks. And then as a token of appreciation, I will request Rameshji to please present the souvenirs to our esteemed speakers. First, the vote of thanks, please.
Honorable Excellencies, session moderator, and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I thank all of you for joining our solar e-mobility session. I would also like to thank our co-host, the ASEAN Development Bank and Cold Start and Natural Resource Defense Council India for collaborating with us for the event. As we conclude our session, I would like to summarize the key points from our discussions and insights we have gained regarding the adoption of solar power electric vehicles and the development of the necessary charging infrastructure. Our panelists today have provided a comprehensive overview of the critical factors in advancing solar power electric mobility. The speakers discussed the necessity of government policies that encourage investment in solar electric vehicles and the development of strong regulatory frameworks to integrate solar energy with electric mobility, ensuring sustainability and resilience. The importance of inclusive measures to support vulnerable communities and the role of decentralized solar charging in enhancing energy resilience were also points of our dialogue. In closing, I would like to thank all the participants for their contributions. The knowledge shared today provides a solid foundation for future initiatives and underscores the collaborative efforts required to advance solar power electric mobility across diverse regions. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the side event on SDG climate synergies and multilateralism, implications for energy futures. At the Solar Hub COP29 in Blue Zone, we are honored to have a diverse panel of esteemed speakers who will provide us with the valuable insights on implications and intersections of sustainable development goals and climate action and energy futures at all. I am Palak Khanna. I work as a research associate at the Energy and Resources Institute, India, and I'll be guiding you through today's program. Let us begin without further ado. To start with, I would like to invite Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General of TERI, to deliver the welcome remarks. Dr. Dhawan is a recognized leader in the sustainable research and policy development and has played a pivotal role in advancing climate solutions. Dr. Dhawan's thought leadership and engagement in research, as well as policy development, both national and international level, is widely acknowledged. She is also currently task force member of national committees with the Department of Biotechnology, the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistant Council, and Biotech Consortium of India. Dr. Dhawan is currently also a member of Network Strategy Council that advises Sustainable Development Solutions Network, a global initiative for the United Nations, and was previously a co-chair of the T20 Task Force. I request Dr. Dhawan to deliver her valuable remarks.
Thank you, Palak, and very good evening to all of you participants. And I know it's late in the day and you had a hectic day ahead, and therefore I am very happy to see you all here to this side event on SDG climate synergies and multilateralism implications for energy future. This particular topic is critical and timely, reflecting the urgent need to foster collaborations between sustainable development, climate action, especially in the context of energy transitions. As some of you know, that TERI, we were established 50 years back. We are celebrating our golden jubilee. And in last 50 years, or rather I should give you a brief history how we were established. We were established by Tata Group of Companies. And in 1974, no one was talking about renewable energy. And TERI was unique. First of all, we got funding from Tata's. No one was talking of philanthropy at that stage. And we were established as a not-for-profit research organization and autonomous. So these three things are extremely important because there is no interest except for serving the society or looking at public goods development. And that is what TERI still stands for. We are looking at how to make this planet more livable. And it goes without saying that if you look at that, sustainable development is one of the most important things. I'll also like to mention that it's a think tank. And since we also advise the government, and most of our work, it is all research-based, knowledge generation-based, and so on. In 1997, when country celebrated its 50th anniversary, independence anniversary, and everyone was talking of development, we actually brought out a study saying that this development is great, but it's not sustainable. And again, in 97, not many people were talking about sustainability. So therefore, we are actually knowledge-based. We look at how do we take the research results to the field. We also felt that research alone is not adequate. You have to do implementation projects. You need to understand the policy development and also influence the policy wherever it is possible. And today's discussions are grounded in TERI's commitment to enhancing access to clean energy and accelerating the transition to renewable energy and improving energy efficiency across sectors, whether it is industry, public utilities, buildings, and so on. I'll also like to mention that TERI is setting up an institute on energy transition, which is along these lines. It is backed by the support from Government of India, but at the same time, its nature will be international. We are looking for government institutions as much as private institutions, corporates to come forward, develop the technologies, and perhaps co-own the technologies, because it may not be one industry, it can be group of industries looking for a similar solution. And I welcome all of you to join this initiative. We also have another GREHA, which is accreditation of buildings. We initially started with building design, and believe me, with good design, you can save anywhere from 30 to 45% of your energy demands. It's design, it's the sustainable building material, what kind of material is locally available, and now we are also getting into the certification of how sustainably that building material has been produced. Because today citizens are becoming very conscious of what is their carbon footprint, and rightly so. And therefore, the early movers who are getting into sustainability, they should get credit for that. So GREHA is one such mechanism. And if we look at SDG 7, SDG 13, they focus on affordable and clean energy and climate action. And while we'll say lots has been done, but then the harsh reality is that over 675 million people worldwide, they still lack access to electricity, underscoring the need for intensified investments in sustainable and affordable energy, especially in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of South Asia. As we gather here, the global momentum towards achieving the SDGs and enhancing climate resilient demand, not just national efforts, but strong multilateral collaborations. In 2022 alone, international public financial flows for clean energy in developing countries rose to US $15.4 billion, showing promising but yet insufficient progress. I look forward to insightful discussions today, and I encourage all of us to explore innovative pathways and multilateral approaches that can accelerate sustainable energy transition for all. Thank you once again for being part of this dialogue, and I hope this will be time well spent for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhawan, for your valuable insights. Always. Next, we have a very brief segment, but an important segment, the launch of policy brief on sustainable lifestyle. This document provides key insights and actionable strategies of integrating sustainable lifestyles into our climate and development goals. I request each panel member to hold a copy in their hands and launch the policy brief on sustainable lifestyles. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you so much. You can check the copy on the TERI website, and you can also visit our TERI's exhibition, and this is the booth number 15. So you can visit and take the copies from there. And moving on, now we'll have a panel discussion. We are fortunate to have Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri as a moderator of this session. Ambassador Puri is a distinguished fellow at TERI with an extensive background in global negotiations, particularly in climate change and sustainable development. Ambassador Puri joined the Indian Foreign Services in 1982, served as Ambassador of India to European Union, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Nepal. He also has served as an ambassador and deputy permanent representative of India to the UN from 2009 to 2012. His major areas of professional focus relate to global negotiations related to the issues pertaining to climate change, sustainable development, and environment, climate financing, and the role of multilateralism, development banks in a special areas, other special areas of interest to him. Ambassador Puri was a lead negotiator for the India at the UN on these issues relating to the post-2015 development agenda, sustainable development goals, and UN conference on sustainable development held in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. He was also the lead member of India's delegation on various climate change negotiations, including Conference of Parties of UNFCCC in Copenhagen. So joining Ambassador Puri on the panel, I request Ambassador Puri to take this conversation ahead. We have on panel Ms. Ita Kettleburg and Dr. Yente, Mr. Yan, and Mr. Joshua with us. So Ambassador Puri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Palak, thank you very much for the introduction. Dr. Dhawan, thank you for the welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming here. We know it's 5:45 or even later. We'll try to keep you engaged. But the first thing I want to tell you is, you are going to participate and you're going to question us or maybe enlighten some of us. At least I hope to gain something from interactions with all of you. So we have 1 hour. Now I want to point out a few things right at the beginning. Of course, thanks to TERI, my own organization, we are very honored to be here. But I want to thank the International Solar Alliance. Joshua, thank you very much. You're representing the organization here, former Secretary of State for New Zealand. We are very honored to have you here. I want to also introduce 3 of our very distinguished members of the panel here. I hope you can all hear me clearly. Yeah, we have Ita Kettleburg, who is from the Energy Transitions Commission. It's all about transition, Ita, or at least it was till the 5th of November. We'll hear about it later. And we have Dr. Yente Brooks from VITO, an old partner and associate of TERI, an institution we work with, in some senses representing an element of Europe. And I'm saying this advisedly because we have another eminent individual from Europe representing Germany in that sense, Dr. Jans Stegmaier. And, you know, as the advisory council to the German government, believe me, it matters. Now, let me take a few minutes of your time before we get into the substance. 5th of November, whether we like it or not, was pretty crucial. Somebody yesterday, an American based in Florida, whichever way she cast her vote, she didn't tell me, but said something to me. Said, you know, you guys have been at it for 25 years. Just think about one thing. Did you ever manage to relate climate to the individual? She's, of course, a health professional, so you know what she was hinting at, which is a very valid point. Do we take it to mean individuals? Otherwise, you can say a simple thing. Yes, I know greenhouse gases, greenhouse global warming, but you know, the cost of petrol has gone up. I don't understand. But when I feel malaria or when I feel my house is going down, there's natural disaster, I realize that this is not for the esoterics. It's for me. This used to be on the opposite side of the supply curve, the adaptation side, the demand side, why we must do it. But we've never focused on the demand side. It's a poor cousin. Nobody talks of adaptation. I see Karan Mangotra sitting here. We've tried our best over the years. The idea is mitigation. Why? It's a simple thing. In a sense, if you are able to action on the supply side, you'll be able to leave some space available for demand side and maybe even lessen it. But it's a difficult thing to get across to people. We must all understand. Having said all this, let's understand that energy transitions are the key to it. After all, no matter how people react, at the end of the day, we have to understand that in some ways, the wonderful life that our parents and us also lived was as a result of our being able to harness fossil fuels. Is it the sell-by date? I don't know, but the sell-by date is being written somewhere or the other. We have to do something. We're sitting in the International Solar Alliance's pavilion, an institution and organization which, in my view, has done yeoman service, an organization that India and France put forward on bringing the idea that you can harness the sun's energy at affordable rates. What are the big things they've done? Reduce the cost of solar power, brought it across to a country which has 16% of the global population, and become a role model for the global south. Can we use this kind of model for energy transition? Remember, we have the SDGs. There's SDG 7, And there's SDG 13, certainly, and then we have partnerships. One deals with climate action and the other deals with the energy transition. This is critically important elements of all that. So which is why we will focus our conversations today, and I seek your advice, on what do we do about this transition. We want to make it just, no doubt about that at all. But we also want to bring about the transition. We want to see what happens. We have usually worked on this zero-sum game, that if we cut down on the use of fossil fuels, somebody says I lose, somebody says I win. No good. Why should you win? I should not lose, etc., etc. That zero-sum game has brought about a change, by the way. Somebody asked me, what has the negotiations achieved in 25 years? And I can only tell you it's brought about a change. Today, the largest oil companies are also looking at renewables. Today, even Mr. Trump's greatest supporter, Mr. Musk, is from the electric vehicles business. Today, most of us can't look the other way and must accept that climate change is real. And we have to do something about global warming. And we have to do something about energy transitions. It's important. So I won't say more. I hope I've set the ideas in the briefs because I want you all to ask questions, perhaps offer some ways forward. Joshua, I will turn to you. The main reason I'm saying so is you're, of course, our host. Thank you very much. But also because you in yourself bring to the table this conjunction of diplomacy. After all, let's understand this is multilateralism. This is a power game of nations which is taking place here. It marries economics, and it marries power, it marries a lot of things. So I want to hear from you. In the world in which you are, what you are doing in terms of contributing in real terms. Let's bring solar energy to the masses, to the global south, to people all over the place. Let's harness the energies of the sun directly. But its interface with politics, its interface with global governance, the power game of nations. I'd really like to hear a few words from you, then we'll move to our colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to me. Joshua, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador. We welcome you here to the pavilion. We welcome all of you who've come here at 5:45, like you said. We're glad and delighted to have you here for this event, all important event. I heard what you said with a lot of keenness. One of those things I've heard, and I believed, is 80% of the climate issues are being addressed by the SDGs. So there's a certain, I mean, they're both inextricably intertwined, the SDGs as well as the climate issues are intertwined. So you can't separate both of them from one from the other. So they are intertwined. So that is clear. We set that as a platform to start with. So there are more co-benefits rather than trade-offs when you talk about it. And it's a firm belief that we are able to bridge the investment gaps when we handle it as intertwined as a common platform when both SDGs and the climate goals are put together. So if we consider multilateralism as something that could drive as a vehicle in terms of achieving climate goals, that, and I'll tell you why in a moment, that would really set the tone for today's discussion. And I'll pick from your, one of those things that you said, one of the lines that you said was, when my house goes down. You know, practically, probably, I don't know where you live, but wherever you live, I'm not sure how soon that house is going to go down, or will it ever go down at all? And from my previous lives, where I've worked and being posted to, especially the smaller and development states, that's a reality. You have your houses going down, your cattle washed away, lives lost, especially if you are on the coastlines where the coastal erosion happens, a direct result of the climate change. So what happens is when there is something like that, when the world is at the verge of facing climate refugees, the influx of climate refugees, that then leads to social unrest. That leads to geopolitical issues. That leads to political instability in a nation. It's no longer, we don't live in a situation where we turn away from, like what you said, turn away from an issue. When there is an issue like this, it then has a ripple effect on the region. It goes nationally, regionally, and then internationally. So now tell me multilateralism and its role in being able to tackle climate issues. If I turn away from it, a wise leader would never say no to multilateralism, because that is the key to be able to bring everybody together, provide an inclusive support towards climate change, towards achieving climate action. Because what happens, it's no longer, we're not living in exclusive times. What happens to my neighbor, to my next country, will ultimately come back to pinch. What happens several thousand kilometers away, it's going to come back to pinch. I mean, I always use this example. We have the situation where some of the small island states who have the transport emissions through transport at 30% of the emissions, and they're worried about it. But that, in comparison to large countries, is nothing. But yet they work on it only because that then tells the rest of the world, as a small island state, they're able to work on it, work towards that, while the big ones have a lot more responsibility towards it. So again, multilateralism is not lost. You've got to engage, you've got to be inclusive, bring everyone to the table. Otherwise, it's going to come back to bite you. I'll leave that at that.
Joshua, thank you very much. That was particularly important. Multilateralism is a need. It's an imperative. It's not a luxury. Secondly, let's stop looking at it from a zero-sum game. But having said this, Jan, let me turn to you. As they say, it's economics, stupid. At the end of the day, that's exactly what these COPs are about. So let's hear from an economist. That too, from a country which is a serious economy, but a country which has led climate action in various ways. I note that the Greens are back in government. When I joined the Foreign Service, for the first time, the Greens got elected to the Bundestag, and Petra Kelly, the great firebrand, joined. None of us knew what the environment and Greens agenda was. This is a country which has put this on the map. So Jan, now the floor is yours.
It's working? Yeah? Okay, so thank you. Maybe let me start with observation, very obvious that, of course, renewable energies have become a business case all over the world, right? So there's very little need probably to emphasize that these are viable economic alternatives. I think one thing worth pointing out is that energy transitions offer an opportunity for multilateralism in these times in particular, because well, geopolitically, many countries, particularly in Europe, including Germany, are looking into diversifying their energy supplies, right? And they need partners for that all over the world. And probably then European and also African and South Asian countries can meet on a more equal footing, because both have something to gain or to lose if we're not finding compromises and ways forward. So that's more the geopolitical side. On a more technological side, maybe there are different areas where we need to cooperate internationally, right? So energy transitions require a portfolio of technologies. It's not just PV or wind, but you need grids, you need storage, you need power management, you need electrification of industrial sectors of transport. So you need a bundle of technologies. That means in most cases, it will be optimal as an economist to find a bundle of partners to work with, to find the generation technologies, but also to provide the materials, critical materials that we need, provide the infrastructure and the finance. So how do we find the most, the crucial, yeah, just coming to an end, yeah, how would we find the most important areas of international cooperation? Ideally, we'd look at NDCs and long-term strategies and look at, okay, who's planning to produce how much energy, who will be using which materials, who will need which kind of fuels, like biomass, hydrogen, critical fuels in the future, and then also compare that to the boundaries that biodiversity loss, for example, sets, right? And from there, we would optimally find the crucial sticking points. Let me just point out a few that I see. I think one is really the scarcity of certain fuels. Biomass is in all the strategies, there's always biomass. It's important in energy strategies, but it's limited. And we need safeguards to observe these limits. Second is also water scarcity or changes in water supply threaten hydropower in many cases. So there's also new correlation of risks, in particular in transboundary water management. So countries, again, need to talk to each other. And then there's technological corporations that we need. One is to create ecosystems, still supportive ecosystems to implement renewable energies, in particular in low-income countries or least development countries, because it's not only the solar cell. You need to set it up, you need to maintain it, you need to connect it to the grid and all these things. Then there's the circular economy part of it. Critical materials need to be recycled. We need transboundary water management, transboundary infrastructure reinforcements. And then, of course, as in this COP, it's always finance, finance, finance. And world trade, maybe. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Of course, money matters. But Ida, let me turn to you and let his intervention be a segue. Energy transitions, that's what you work on. And of course, we are all talking in terms of renewables. Now everybody's talking about nuclear, small nuclear reactors, hydrogen, so on. All very, very important. Let me ask you some relatively simple but straightforward thing. At the last COP, a major effort was made on renewables, tripling your renewables commitments. Where are we on that? What can we do? And I have a second question, because you are an expert on the subject. What do we do about waste to energy? These are straight segues from what he said.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think what we as the Energy Transition Commission, we are actually very optimistic about the power of some of these international agreements and targets for driving virtuous circles that deliver faster than we thought possible 5 years, but certainly 10, 15 years ago on some of these technologies. The tripling renewables commitment at COP last year, the IEA in their very recent 2024 report have concluded that we are currently on track, i.e. we haven't delivered it all, but we can see the pipeline to deliver 2.7 of that tripling by 2030 in 1 year. And I think it is really worth noting, clearly the economics are with us on renewable build out, and we can't forget that. Not all elements of the energy transition do we have the same economic case that makes those technologies really attractive to deploy today. And I would, in particular, the harder to abate sectors of the economy, so heavy industry and heavy transport, those are not quite the same. But on the renewables side, we're actually seeing massive deployment driven actually really, and we do have to acknowledge this, by what China has done in terms of unleashing economies of scale and building out that sector, but also driven by learnings across countries. And that's learnings, we spend quite a lot of time talking to countries across the world about how it is possible to run a renewable dominated grid. That is technically possible. We have solutions. It takes investment, it takes training. It's a different grid than if you run it on fossil sources, but it's completely possible. We also spend quite a lot of time thinking about the hardest bit of fully decarbonizing a grid. So once you've started to build out your solar, getting your solar from 30-40% of the system all the way through to very high shares, solar and wind, 70-80% of the system, means new storage technologies. It means new interconnection between countries. So there are some harder pieces, but again, we're seeing massive learning across countries to show it is possible and to explore how it's possible. And then finally, the other learning that we really see that's happening at scale is also some of the learnings on deployment at scale. So planning and permitting. How do you do community positive renewables deployment? How do you do biodiversity positive renewables deployment? There are lots of projects, there are lots of examples across the world, and we are seeing major learning. So I think overall, the tripling renewables part of last year's COP, we're actually really succeeding on. The one I would put the note on is another very important outcome of last year's COP was also the fossil fuel transition away commitment. I think there we've made less progress. So it is a mixed bag. Very finally, just on waste to energy, I think waste to energy is a really interesting part of the suite of solutions that Jan referenced that we need in the energy transition. It is one tool. It can do some exciting things. It can provide you some of the balancing to the power system you might need. It also, if you combine it with CCS, you can, in some cases, get carbon dioxide removals where the waste sources are biogenic. You can increase efficiency if you put it into local district networks. The one note, though, I would say with waste to heat is not one of our solutions that's coming down in cost at the same rate. Does not following the economics of wind and solar in particular, and also batteries. And there are also real considerations around local air quality that we need to think about, and also circular economy principles. How can we actually reduce the amount of waste we're creating full stop? So then there's less waste that we would be burning, for instance, to create power. So it can be a really useful part of the solution, but you really do need to have it within a kind of systems thinking to avoid it perhaps creating some unintended consequences. And I'll pause there.
Yes, thank you very much. That was particularly good to hear that we are actually on track. It's not very often here that we hear the words on track. That itself should be a matter of great satisfaction. I'm very happy that you brought that out. I was actually on the second point that you made, fossil fuels. I wasn't looking at my phone to text someone or the other, but I was looking for a note, which was a quote from The Economist after the Dubai COP, where the guys wrote, and this is particularly interesting for someone coming from the United Kingdom after Glasgow. They said the idea of rolling back on fossil fuels was iniquitous, premature, and economically unviable. So I don't know what happened in 2 years. We'll talk about waste later, but let me turn to you, Jente. Partnerships. They are important for us. Ita just mentioned a whole lot of learnings. And I am so glad that people are looking at learnings. We all do by learnings. After all, why has this phone become ubiquitous? It's because of a learning experience that we've taken, and also the availability. But partnerships, I'd really like to ask you, as an organization which has focused on developing partnerships, building on all of this, what do you see happening? And please focus a little bit on the role that Europe can play, because you have been the leaders in these thoughts and these ideas. We'd really like to hear from you what is possible, not only from the Flemish Dutch perspective, but also a European perspective. The microphone is yours.
I'm not sure that I'm well placed to take a position for the entire of Europe, even not sure for Belgium, as I speak more from an organization perspective. But of course, I'll be very happy that that position is also taken up by Belgium and by Europe as a whole, because we believe, we're working exactly on that acceleration to a more sustainable world and society. So that is what we stand for. And indeed, it's important that you noted that it's basically by definition that we do that through partnerships across the world, because we don't want to just reach that goal within our small community or in our small region, but we want to reach that as a global system and as an entire society, let's say. So I wanted to indeed also focus on the fact that having these multilateral partnerships is important. It brings about the transfer and the exchange of technology that accelerates the innovation. But I think for me, what is more important even about this multilateralism is that it gives way to, or that it allows for a collaboration, creates a framework for the collaboration. While when you have merely a transfer of technologies or an exchange of technologies, you risk to transfer them in a way that it's not applicable in the context where you bring it, or that you exchange, but that it's actually not taken up because it's maybe not understood how to implement it. And I think that's where Europe should play an important role. It's not just about dumping things that might have worked in Europe, or I've seen wars as well that didn't work in Europe and that maybe they want to monetize somewhere else, and then it's in that way put in a way that it's actually not working at all. And that is not just causing no benefit, but it's causing damage in the leading role that should be taken, because the belief of the people that think solutions are brought to them is kind of completely, how to say, disrupted or broken. Maybe if I may, I don't know how much time there is, but we had an interesting, to give an example of these multilateral partnerships under the EU-India collaboration or EU-India partnership. We had an interesting project called Pavitra Ganga, where Terry was the co-lead in this project. And there, we worked on wastewater treatment, wastewater reuse, and resource recovery. And there was one particular technology called Andikos that used basically the anaerobic digestion to convert wastewater, sewage, and also organic waste into purified water, into organic fertilizer, and into electric power. Now, the thing is, this was tested in a context, in a lab context in Belgium and in a real life situation in Belgium. But important for this to work is the climatic conditions and also the materials that you actually feed into the systems for the bacteria to do their work. So you can imagine when we bring that to an Indian context, where the heat situation is extreme during the summer, the system might not operate as we intended it to use. And also in the context of extreme pollution, it was actually applied in the to work on the tanneries sewage in Kanpur. That also, the heavy metal pollution would strongly affect the effectiveness of this. So if you would just not bring that together in partnership, where there are already so many partners in India having decades of experience working with the local pollution context, working with the local climatic conditions, you actually have to adapt these two things together and bring the technology in an adapted way. So maybe this was not so much about the renewable, but I think multilateralism, the benefits of multilateralism apply across sectors, across domains, also in terms of, for instance, wastewater treatment.
Thank you very much. I think among us, and I'm sure among all those who are sitting here, the idea of the importance of multilateralism is a no-brainer. I think we are all converted. That the others need to be converted is a different matter altogether. But I want to ask you both a couple of simple questions first. By and large, the idea of renewables for energy, let's say in housing, etc., is getting accepted at an increased rate. In fact, let me draw your attention to this, that the United Arab Emirates and Dubai, a major oil exporting country, has taken net zero as its target, and it will achieve it, I assure you it will. Because technology is improving, lots of things are happening. But we are finding it a little difficult to go over this hub. Not that this hub is not a sufficient kind of thing. Let me ask you, Energy Transition Commission, you've been working on the policy side of it. What is to be done? How do we give a push for the non-fossil fuel side? What can we do? Another fuel, that's fine. What do we do about renewables? And what can we do in terms of policy changes?
Absolutely. It's as you have laid out. We can, when we look at the transition, the energy transition, you really do very quickly come to a kind of glass half empty, glass half full perspective. So the glass half empty perspective is massive, increasing and accelerating extreme weather events around the world, continued investment in fossil fuels around the world, and in particular, continued investment in fossil fuels in many lower and middle income countries where we're really struggling to see the shift of investment towards renewables that we see in, for instance, China, Europe, and the US. And also on the glass half empty, the emissions are still rising, and that is a reality. So clearly we've not cracked this. On the glass half full side, though, when we look at the technologies, and particularly some of these core technologies that we see will be the beating heart of the clean power systems of the future and the clean energy systems of the future, they are racing ahead. Solar, we're in, don't have to tell anyone here quite how exciting the solar story is. But when you add batteries to that, you start making clean power solutions that are really relevant to many tropical belt countries across the world, where the primary challenge you might have for using your generating and using your clean power is day to night. So solar's producing in the day, aircon's running in the evenings through the night. How can you balance that? Batteries, the solar plus battery combination is getting more and more and more compelling, which is really exciting for kind of energy access and for economic growth in many parts of the world. So we have this really positive story. We have this negative story. What do we need to see? From our perspective, from a national policy perspective, point of view, we think that NDCs 3.0 can be really, really crucial in providing the signals that are needed to, crucially, private companies, but also financial institutions. So NDCs 3.0, in our opinion, they need to be more ambitious. I think we all know that. But alongside the ambition, and for us as crucially as the ambition levels and the big numbers you hear, is increased coverage, increased granularity, and increased specificity. So coverage of all sectors of the economy and all greenhouse gases. And when you put all sectors of the economy in, then you have to start thinking about the really hard stuff like steel, like cement, where we believe we have solutions, but they're harder and they're not yet cost competitive. You need to increase you need to increase the sector specificity of the target, so we actually give clarity on the direction of travel. If we're saying we're tackling global climate change, if we're going to decarbonize, here is the pathway that we're setting out. This is how much we will decarbonize by when, because that gives those signals to companies and to industries. And then crucially, the granularity underneath that, the policy scaffolding that actually is how you're going to deliver it, because it isn't enough to just say you want to deliver it. You also have to put in place, that could be just very quickly, just to give you the flavors of that scaffolding that we see as so important. Mandates, blending mandates for new fuels, emissions standards. It can be things like contracts for difference and auction payments, subsidies, and it can also be support for first of a kind or early deployment technologies. There are a multitude of ways that we can make the glass more full, more positive, but we haven't had the specificity of writing that down and clearly communicating it. So for us, that's what's really crucial in this next ratchet of NDCs.
Ita, thank you very much. Let me leave a thought. Try and put some of these down, because policy briefs give ideas for governments on what to do. So between the Commission and, let me say, European countries with their experience would be great. But I want to turn to Joshua, because here is an organization which has done quite a lot on the first stage of its mandate. But these questions that we asked about a far greater rollout of the entire idea of renewables sits well with them, and perhaps it is, let me say, the enduring elements of what they're doing. So Joshua, we want to hear from you. What are your thoughts and what are your ideas? And then we'll open it up to all of you, please. So everyone think.
Let me take it from what you said about the glass half empty. What I really liked about what you said was how you look at it. And really appreciate that we're at 2.7% or 2.7 times of the 3-time tripling the effect. So one of those things we would need to probably bear in mind is that the 2.7 times hasn't equitably reached across the globe. What we see is investments and growth and increase in capacity in markets where investments and growth already abounds. And I can say 90% plus has gone into such markets, and less than 10% has gone into, for instance, Africa, and countries where half the population of this world live and habitate there. So we haven't really made an impact with our growth or investments into countries where it's most needed. And that's where ISA is striving to get into this every nook and corner where it will have meaningful investment and growth. So I was going to give an example of the policy. So policies have been, why does it not? Why does growth, or does this increase in capacity in renewables not reach Africa, for instance? The question is that the perceived risk for investments and growth to get into a market where they think the return on investment is going to be either delayed or would never see the light of the day because of several reasons. One is geopolitical issues, climatic issues, and above all, lack of policy. I was recently speaking to a prime minister of one of the smaller land states, and I said, what would your prime minister tell me? What would your fuel import bill be? The shocking answer was 42% of my GDP goes in importing fuels. And the use of hydrocarbons just keeps increasing every year. More cars on the road means more import of fuel. So I said, why couldn't we look at something differently? And what is the policy and what's stopping? He says, no, investments. The government is up to here with their sovereign debts. So where do I go now? And where do I go get more money? So I said, look at private sector. Private sector should also come in because it's not a grant, it's not charity. There's money in it to be made. It may not come up overnight, but there's money to be made. And then we sat together and said, what stops the private investor to come? Apart from risk, it's also the policy, the regulatory framework. So what we did in ISA, we have a separate division today, which supports countries with the review of the legislation, review of the regulatory frameworks, the policies, tweak them so that they are investor friendly. We spoke about waste to energy. There's a dump. I mean, some of you can go and read on the Google. There's a dump in one of the Pacific countries in Suva, in Fiji, where there's about 600,000 tons a year, that waste that goes in. 60% of that waste is organic with high calorific value. So that's going to be able to yield a lot of energy. Why couldn't investors come? There were a lot of people who came and saw the landfill, they'd go away. The key to that was the regulator was also the supplier of electricity. You have a quasi-government state-owned entity who's also the regulator, who's also the supplier of power. That needs to change. And how does it change? The Energy Act needs to be reviewed. So we have our team of lawyers who work with these countries to be able to sit and support them in being able to review the legislation and make the changes and tweak it so that investors could come. The next thing we knew was there was a Japanese organization prepared to put in 378 million. There was a Chinese organization prepared to put that kind of money because the confidence level went up, seeing the government's commitment. So ISA works with all its 120 member countries to be able to provide that kind of support, regulatory and policy. So that's one of several solutions perhaps we could look at.
Joshua, you've gladdened my heart. I must say, when you provide policy support and its implementation handholding, that's capacity building in the real sense of the term. And to see this happening with a landfill, certainly excellent. And I was going to turn to you about the issue of private sector monies and what he mentioned, very importantly, de-risking. But before that, I want to ask you all, come on, who wants to raise his hand and say something or ask a question? Yes, sir, I am thrilled and delighted. Sir, you are in the front row. You will ask the first question.
Hello, my name is Manav, and I finished my PhD on circular economy, and recently I worked on a USAID project regarding blended finance facility in India. And since you talked about private sector risk, and I wanted to know if what kind of, like, let's say blended finance facility or blended finance engagement happening to strengthen or to give nudge to private sector in this solar energy space? And if, let's say, like some examples can be taken from India or that can be replicated in Africa, because I know there's a blended finance facilities are happening in most of the, especially in healthcare, but I was not aware like if blended finance facility is happening, let's say in the solar space too, so can be replicated in other areas as well. Thank you.
Excellent. No, I'm glad that we're talking about monies because monies matter. Let me ask our colleague here. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I don't know if it will be a question, but I was very interested in the link you are making between raising awareness about the just transition and the just transition itself. So I'm Guillaume Kalonji. I'm working with a movement of young people in DRC. We are focused on climate education and the promotion of the just transition. I'm seeing in this event, there is a full of white people. Maybe some of them are not understanding the real impact of what we are talking about. In one of African countries, someone was working on a project of installing solar panels in the community. After its work, one pastor tell the people of his church, you see, these things are the airports of demon, of witchcraft in the night. Then after that, the communities goes to destroy these solar panels. That means that in our African communities, they're thinking about the just transition is very, very complex. It's impossible if we are not taking into consideration other side, and especially climate education. I'm finishing with what is happening in my own country, DRC. Two years in the past, I have been doing a small research, trying to see if my community know about the existence of the climate change. Then during the conversation, they have been telling me they have never heard about the climate change, but when I've been going deep, I feel like they are facing the impact of climate change, but they are telling me what they are seeing in the nature, in water, is caused by uh, grandparents in the villages, it's caused by God, it's caused by witchcraft, and it's already at the root of some conflicts between the communities. When something is happening in this village, they are thinking that that other village is causing it, then they are starting to fight between them. So solar panels alone in the communities is not enough. We need to transit with local communities. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Very, very important points that you made. It's not just the example that you gave, but perhaps related to what I said right at the beginning. Have we been able to relate climate change to people? Do they understand, or do they know its impacts, but are they able to relate the two and the supply side issue of energy, fossil fuels, etc., and the need for renewables? Because then the superstitions will go away. So there are two more people who have raised their hands. Was it you, ma'am, first? Please go ahead and then you can.
I'm Dushan from Energy Foundation, and we are focused on the sustainable energy transition in China and how to introduce the experience to the developing country. So as you mentioned that maybe there are a lot of debates and maybe some challenges. I mean, for the renewable manufacturer, especially from China, we see a lot of one-side policy, something like tariffs or CBAMs. So is there any possibility that we could use some multilateral mechanism to introduce this kind of capacity into the developing country and make all of the stakeholders work together to facilitate the just energy transition in the world?
Important question, well said. It's the politics of this particular COP, we understand. You wanted to say something? Did you raise your?
Thank you. I'm from the Klimaunion in Germany. We advocate for more ambitious climate policy in the conservative spectrum. My question is also related to finance and to the NDCs. Of course, we want to raise $1 billion. We see the need for it, but public spending alone is not enough. We need private spending. We've seen it with the IRA in the US. Was, I mean, not a direct subsidy, but still the leverage from the tax benefits that we got was huge. In Germany, we also have something similar to de-risk with the new hydrogen core network, because there was a lot of uncertainty. So the state finances a little bit at the beginning. Private sector is taking care of the network. And at the end, if they go above a certain income level, money goes back to the state. So we do have a kind of risk leveraging. The question is, how can we do that at a global scale? Because we all want to build up these renewable capacities in the global south. But there's also, not in all countries, but there is more political instability, economic uncertainty, and a lot of private investors are a little bit scared, let's put it that way. So what can we as the Western governments do to facilitate this transition and to de-risk private capital investments in the global south? Thank you.
Thank you very much, friend. I think that's particularly the most important element, the question of de-risking. And I appreciate the issue of blended finance, but in my own understanding, the global south is capital scarce. We have to find ways of segueing capital in the places where it's available in plenty and bring it at a point where the cost of capital is low. Now I'm going to turn to my colleagues here. Let's start with Jans, who's an economist, and you've heard this emphasis on money, de-risking, blended. Let's hear what you have to say, then we'll turn to our other colleagues, finally to Joshua, also to answer this very important question. What are we doing with local communities to make local become global? That's important. Jans, yours.
Again. Okay. Well, so many interesting questions. So just about the de-risking, I'll just maybe raise one idea for you to discuss or to think about. And I think this is the institution, well, or the class of actors called intermediaries. I think in many sectors, the gap between projects that need finance and investors that actually have the money won't bridge itself. Right? And banks cannot just go there and say like, okay, I look at your project, which is maybe super complicated, technology advanced, and I look at it in the same way as I look at building a house or a factory or something that I'm really used to. So in many sectors, so I know about like a little bit about water, but probably also in the energy sector, in particular with new technologies, there's a need for actors that actually understand both the technology of the sector that needs the investment and the financial side, and that can actually bring them together, build platforms to strengthen mutual understanding, build knowledge on both sides, and then also maybe help with structuring finance. That's not the one-off financing solution. Blended finance is a huge class of different mechanisms, right? Most of them consist of, well, splitting the risk in different slices, so to say, and then address different investors' needs. So some are more ready to take risk for the good cause, and others just want the profit. So, but there are a zillion combinations, and there are people that need to structure this. So I think strengthening these institutions, intermediary institutions that can bridge the gap. In the water sector, there are specialized water banks to do that. I think that could also be interesting for the energy transition at large. And I think that one really, really difficult problem to solve, one of the really hard to decarbonize sectors or make sustainable sectors, is traditional bioenergy still. Like we're talking about grid extensions, utility scale renewables and all these things. which have the benefit and are totally useful and needed. But we also need to think at some point about how to decarbonize cooking, heating, and make that sustainable, where like huge amounts of biomass are used. There's like 2.8 billion people, I think, who still depend on this. Like, yeah, 700 million people don't have electricity. 2.8 billion people use wood for cooking and heating. So, and that's a hard problem as well. Maybe even the intermediaries can't solve.
Thank you very much for what you said. You know, a takeaway for this session in the context of multilateralism, you mentioned intermediaries. My take would be multilateral development institutions, banks in particular, we from the global south need to make an effort to ask them to be innovative in ways and means by which what you were saying can happen. Capital flows can take place, the cost of capital can be reduced. It doesn't necessarily have to mean through the source of a subsidiary. You have to find innovative solutions. Something that I have personally worked on are actually sovereign guarantees. They don't go on the balance sheet, but they allow a much higher rating to reduce the cost of capital. You can do things with blended finance, etc. Similarly, we'll answer your question in a minute. But, you know, lots of these particular things are possible. But a big takeaway for me is we should all work at trying to see what we can do in terms of the MDBs, the World Bank, etc. in particular. I'll certainly turn to you, Ita. Give me a minute. We've had Yonte relatively quiet. We want you to tackle, let me say, one particular question in really important. On the trade thing, if you can say something, that'll be great. But please do something about the question of involving local community. That's very, very important question.
Yeah, so actually, that's part of all the projects that we are involved in the Global South. We try to, in the first place, come with, let's say, a multidisciplinary team, tackling the policy level, tackling the data needs, which is also a requirement to really not just work on what is needed now, but already plan for the future. So to not come with, let's say, I mean, to come actually with no regret solutions that are not just valid now, but also in 30 years from now. And maybe one example for that is, so we have work in Senegal, Uganda, and also DRC, but was a bit a different context, where we really try to see what do the local needs in terms of the access to the solutions. And what we understand is that often they are expecting us to come and to bring things, but we try to build a mindset of local entrepreneurship to really see, okay, what are the things you are actually good at? What are the things that drives you? And how can we leverage on that by bringing you capacity, by supporting you, but where the finance is actually coming in a sense of a loan that really makes you needing to perform something with it. And we see that giving that ownership to set up the own practice and business, of course, with a good, supporting environment and in a stepwise process, we see that really has a longer impact, and also beyond just the projects, where these things at some point can stand on their own. We have done that with agroforestry in communities in Senegal. We have done that with also renewable energy, basically for irrigation practices, where typically they rely on the polluting diesel engines to pump up the water. They're not only non-renewable, but they're also very expensive for the local community. So also that capacity building is there, as you say. Once you make them understand that actually they will benefit, and they see that coming in after some schemes of, the repayments, and they see like, wow, basically we're paying off a loan here, and it's actually cheaper for us than what we were doing before. And we're, building something, and we can do irrigation, and we can diversify our produce at the moment, and we can sell it to the market, and we have a surplus of energy to develop new activities. So it's really a world that is opening up for them. So it's really about onboarding the local community and showing them or finding the way how it really brings value to them. The same with the agroforests. The issue when we are doing agroforestry and also basically building on the Great Green Wall in the Sahel region is of grazing. The herders, they don't see the value of having this forest to be grown. But once you ensure that they can derive local economic produce from that and sell it to the markets, they start taking care of these forests themselves. And they are actually becoming, I mean, the local protectors, or they're becoming the local, how to say, also the ones that are, it's a kind of a train the trainer. So they're starting to talk to the rest of the community. It's like, no, this is how it works. This is how we should do it. This is actually bringing value. And it's difficult to go through that first step, but once you have like part of the community getting in there, even the other part of the community starts to look like, oh, this is actually maybe even working better for them. And they start to also getting interested, and they also want. And then you really build like the whole community towards such a system. But I think that's
Excellent. I like that idea. Look, this global local has to be a two-way process. It can't be that we decide something here, shrink the policy space for local. Then all kinds of ideas will happen. The pastor will get an idea, and so on and so forth. It has to be everybody moving together. And I take you back to what I said, relate climate change to people. These are particularly important. But Ita, I'm going to turn to you because we have only 5 minutes left. Please tackle the question on trade, because perhaps you are the best positioned. We know, ma'am, we know the facts. If you don't produce the panels at the rates that you are, this spread would not take place. Great contribution to lowering the emissions. But on the other hand, there are issues of competition, subsidy, a level playing field, etc. So both sides have issues. But let's hear from somebody who's, sitting there in the middle.
Yes, we absolutely, at the Energy Transition Commission, we're exploring this very actively. Because there are very, very significant impacts of increasing kind of tariff levels and kind of stymieing the flow of cheap low carbon technologies. This is already an expensive transition. We're talking about very big numbers, and things that we put in place that increase that cost is, that is difficult makes the whole transition more challenging. We are trying to articulate, and I would say we are trying because it is a work in progress. We have Chinese companies on our commission. We have Indian companies on our commission. We have European and US companies on our commission. So we have the spectrum. So it's very live. And we're trying to explore some principles that could be beneficial. So really trying to get the balance of recognizing, that we must start from a recognition that no country in the world is going to want to fully rely on one other country, for all of a particular technology. And so 100% supply chains, in one is not going to be accepted. And I think there does have to be the recognition on that side. On the other side, equally, going to the full protectionist route, cutting ourselves off from some of the cheapest technologies that are available, also doesn't feel like a particularly reasonable position. So it's trying to articulate the balance in the middle. And when we think about how do we articulate the balance in the middle, thinking about within the different clean technology supply chains. Not all supply chains are the same. Not all elements of the supply chain. There are some areas where the commoditization of the products are just such that the economies of scale, you're pushing water uphill to try and do solar modules across the world at similar prices than Chinese companies are. However, in wind, you've got much more complex supply chains. You've got assembly, you've got the ships that have to get out there. You've got a lot, thinking really smartly about where we can allow different or where countries build their own local supply chains, and recognizing that that is also legitimate and that countries will want to. We're also exploring the principle of kind of location, not ownership. So also there is a really important role which China has already been playing across the world for building these technologies in countries, but perhaps with international owners. And finally, on the trade challenge, I suppose there are some areas of it that we do need to grapple with. On the CBAM area, for instance, the CBAM isn't trying, we would argue, is not trying to, shift where things are manufactured. It's trying to, especially for the harder to abate sectors, bridge a green premium that is very real. And if we want to decarbonize those sectors today, we have to find mechanisms to close that gap and get offtake at scale for the higher cost decarbonized products and services. Green steel today costs more than fossil produced steel today, and that is a reality. So I suppose you put tariff and CBAM in the same breath. For me, the tariff side, I think, is it's a nuanced discussion. How do we get the balance right? CBAM for me is a slightly different type of mechanism that's really, if it's done right, you end up with no CBAM in the world, because CBAMs should encourage all countries in the world to put in place their own carbon price. If they all have their own or equivalent in place, then no one would pay the CBAM, and you would just be competing on a zero carbon basis.
Peter, thank you. Very valiant attempt. The fact of the matter is, this is a bit of a power game of nations. The WTO is as much of an intergovernmental negotiating point as anyone else. Do tariffs lead to inflation? I don't want to say anything more about that. But economists, they have a certain view. Do tariffs help? Perhaps they do. It's a changing world. Joshua, we've already shot 5 minutes over the time you'd allotted to us. I want to give you the last word for a variety of reasons. One, if you have something to say about blended finance examples. And secondly, thank you very much for affording us this wonderful opportunity, being with ISA here, learning, exploring, and above all, let me say, listening to those who are interested, which is all of them sitting there. We are perhaps paid to be interested in all of this. Joshua.
Thank you. Yes, we have a live example, even as I speak, of a blended finance mechanism. And interestingly, that's in DRC. So there is a blended mechanism, finance mechanism, which is called the Global Solar Facility. And it's in the Republic of Congo, DRC. And it is a 15 megawatt plant that ISA has stood guarantee for in partnership with World Bank. So it provides us insurance mechanism, guarantee mechanism, and a bit of investment and hand-holding as well, accelerator. So the company's name is Nuru, N-U-R-U. And so we've already seen the fruits of this investment going, because investors are now a lot more confident that that has been de-risked. So we've had so many requests pouring in from other geographies as well. So we're trying to put in this facility into Asia Pacific, into other island states, so we could see more and more. What we do need is more of the World Banks and the financial institutions who can come in and support us with the aid. So I'll just leave it at that. If you need further questions, I'm happy to answer after this is over. But I want to thank you, Ambassador, for your time, and also my fellow panelists here for coming into our pavilion and gracing us with this all-important topic that we were able to decide. Thank you.
Joshua, thank you very much. On behalf of Terry, I want to say a very big thank you to ISA. I want to thank all our panelists, but above all, I want to say a very big thank you to all of you. None of you left. There must have been something good that we did here. And we learned a lot from the questions that you asked. Let me assure you of that. Big takeaway. These MDBs, we all need to do something about moving capital to the global south, the developing world, ease the cost of capital, de-risking foreign exchange costs. And if any of you are interested, the Inter-American Development Bank is doing something interesting in terms of FX movements in Brazil, etc. There's some interesting work happening. It's on a very large mega scale, because the things are mega scale. But these are good examples, which Joshua just gave you, about blended finance, etc. We, of course, in energy transition, frankly, have to look at the mega and micro and macro, because micro matters, but at the end of the day, it's the macro stuff which is really going to make the major difference. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, my colleagues from Terry. Palak, I don't know where you are. You're going to take over. Thank you, Aisa. Thank you to all of you once again. So the floor is back to you, Palak Khanna.
Thank you so much for all the inputs, panelists. And I equally thank Ambassador Puri for chairing the sessions and participants for joining us for the valuable contributions. And to conclude, let us carry forward today's insights on how multilateral cooperation and sustainable energy solutions are essential for both climate action and sustainable development at whole. Together, through shared commitment and action, we can pave the way forward to equitable and resilient energy future. Thank you all of you for valuable participation. Have a great evening and enjoy the rest of the COP. Thank you so much.